Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Ndugu Soi aje atuanzishie awamu ya kwanza. Tafadhali ndugu Soi uje kwenye ukumbi. Naam, ndugu Soi aje kwa upesi. Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Karibu ndugu Soi. Karibu.
Okay, asante. Hamjambo. Hamjambo. Hey, vijana mupo? Vijana mupo? Naona joto leo iko iko sawa. Okay, so mimi naitwa Richard Soi. Mimi nitaendeleza ile mafundisho ya ufugaji wa kuku, that is poultry production and management. Tujikumbushe tu yale ambayo tulijifunza jana. Kuna mtu anaweza kutupea a very brief vile yenye tulijifunza jana? Kunayo? Nani? Nani ako ready? Hakuna? Wana youth? Simupo? Tulijifunza kuhusu nini? Yeah, poultry. And then tukajifunza kuhusu types of. Si tuliangalia aina za kuku. Kama gani? Layers, broilers, kienyeji, improved breeds kama Saso, Kuroila. Na gani tena? Sawa, Chepchurgat. Ndio hiyo. Kumbe bado mnakumbuka. And then tuliangalia pia namna ya kuzuia magonjwa katika ufugaji wa kuku. Na tuliangalia kwamba lazima ufanye chanjo vizuri. Lazima isolate kuku ambao ni wagonjwa. Ukienda kununua kuku pale sokoni, ukuja isolate kwanza before ukutanisha na wengine. Uwalishe vizuri, ujengee nyumba nzuri. Pia umake sure nyumba yenye umejenga iko nyumba ya kuku is an ideal house na iko karibu na homestead. Ndio kureduce human theft. So nafikiri tutaendelea leo health and disease management. Tunataka kuona vile tunaweza kuzuia magonjwa katika ufugaji wa kuku. Because tuliangalia kwamba the biggest threat katika ufugaji wa kuku ni magonjwa. Na nilisema ya kwamba cha muhimu ni kuzuia, sio kutibu. Magonjwa ya kuku sana sana huwa wanaambukizana, na kuku moja akiwa ameambukizwa ataweza kuambukiza wengine kwa haraka sana. So jambo la kwanza ambaye inatakikana ufanye, ukiona dalili za kuku mgonjwa, what you need to do ya kwanza, fanya kitu inaitwa isolation. Isolate wale kuku wagonjwa, watenge kando. Then kisha fanya kitu inaitwa disinfection. Disinfect the poultry house. Ukitumia disinfectants kama Altracide, Norocleans, there are several in the market. And then ya tatu, give medication. Peana madawa. Na before upeane madawa, soma maelezo na uelewe. Read and understand the instructions. Kama inasema peana hiyo dawa kwa siku 5, usipeane kwa siku 3. Ukiona kuku ameanza kuwa sawa kiasi, unasema hapana. No. Fuata hiyo protocol ya treatment. Hello. Aya, tuendelee, naomba tuendelee. Samahani kwa hiyo. Hiyo ni warm up, hiyo ni part of climate setting. Unajua temperatures iko chini sasa. Tunapandisha temperatures pande juu kidogo. Si ndio? So si tumeshika. Nimesema kuku akiwa mgonjwa, isolate the sick ones, do disinfection, give medication. Na wakati unapeana medication pia, make sure unapeana multivitamins. Multivitamin itasaidia kuboost immunity na kupeana pia appetite kwa sababu wakati huo kuku hawana appetite ya kukula chakula. Sawa sawa. And then kama umeisolate hawa kuku wagonjwa, wakati unawalisha hawa kuku, anza na wale kuku ambao si wagonjwa, because we are also carriers of diseases. So anza kuwapea chakula wale ambao si wagonjwa, umalizia wale ni wagonjwa. So module objective hapo, nimesema by the end of this session, all participants will be able to identify the threats to poultry and how disease agents might. Yani,
tangazo, the county staff and drivers, wale wameegeza magari mali pale, tunaomba mwende muzitoe. It is reserved for our guests. If the drivers are here, dereva wetu tafadhali, mali umegesha magari, tafadhali mwende muzitoshe mali pale. Asante.
Okay, sawa. Okay, thank you. Naambiwa leo tuko na wageni wengi. So I'm just going to do summary, si ndio? Si tunashika. So tumejua namna ya kuzuia magonjwa, si ndio? And then you can continue. Endelea tu, hata hatutaenda sana hiyo. Ndio nimesema hiyo, isolate the sick birds, disinfect the unit vizuri, and then nimesema give appropriate medication, and then kuku akiwa mgonjwa, there is one danger wakulima. Saa zingine mtu anaona kuku mgonjwa, anasema before akufe, akiona wengine wameanza kukufa, tunafanya nini? Unasema acha niokolee. Before akufe nifanya nini? No. Remember, we have got what we call zoonotic diseases. Zoonotic diseases ni yale magonjwa ambaye itashika mifugo na pia itakushika wewe. Kuna ugonjwa wa kuku inaitwa bird flu. Hiyo is a viral disease. So ukikula kuku mwenye ameshikwa na huo ugonjwa, ama hata ukimshika, hiyo ugonjwa pia itakushika na mtaandamana pamoja penye kuku ameenda. So hatataki kutembea njia moja na kuku mwenye amefanya nini? So do not eat sick birds. Pia ukiona kuku wako wamekuwa wagonjwa, usiuzie mwingine. Ati unasema acha nipeleke soko kwa sababu nataka kuokoa pesa. No. Sawa sawa. And then haitaki umove eggs, mayai ama kuku katika shamba yako wakati kuna. Do not allow visitors pia. Ama usiende kwa mashamba mengine because utasambaza hiyo nini? Utasambaza ugonjwa. Unaweza kuzuia aje na hiyo magonjwa? Moja, nimesema biosecurity. Biosecurity moja ni kufanya disinfection. Lingine ni kuweka fence around your poultry house. And then hapo kwa mlango ya nyumba ya kuku unaweka footpath. Alafu unaweka dawa kama Carol. Before uingie ndani unakanyaga ndio usibebe nini? Usibebe viini ya magonjwa ndani ya kuku. And then kuna vaccination. Jana tuliona vaccination program yenye inatakikana ufuatilie. And wakati unafanya vaccination, inatakikana unafanya vaccination ya wale kuku ambao sio wagonjwa peke yao. Kama uko na hiyo program na kwa bahati mbaya kuna ugonjwa imetokezea, itabidi utibu hawa kuku kwanza mpaka wakue sawa before ufanye nini? Before uendelee na vaccination. But usipeane vaccination na medication at the same time. Antibiotics will interfere with the efficacy of vaccine. So vaccine haitafanya kazi. Again, wakati unafanya vaccination, make sure you handle the vaccines in the right way. Vaccines are very sensitive to temperatures, to high temperatures. Ndio maana nilikuwa nimesema jana, the best time ya kufanya vaccination ni early in the morning ama late in the evening, ndio uchungane na temperatures. Endelea tu. Hiyo disinfection ni thara, so una disinfect nyumba, una disinfect pia the drinkers and the feeders wakati kuna poultry house. Ugonjwa inaweza ingia kwa shamba kwa njia gani? Moja ni through human beings. Sisi wenyewe we are carriers of diseases. Kupitia ndege, hata wale ndege wa angani, kupitia umbwa, paka, panya, hata drinkers. Ukienda kununua drinkers na feeders katika soko, make sure before utumie una disinfect kwanza, ndio uweze kuua those disease causing microorganisms. Lingine ilikuwa nimesema ni maji, so make sure pia maji yenye unapeana kwa kuku ni maji safi. Alafu chakula pia, make sure chakula yenye unapea kuku ni quality feeds, haina molds na ni free from aflatoxins. Kuna hii ugonjwa inaitwa Newcastle, sijui mnaita aje huku. Ugonjwa ambaye inaua kuku kwa haraka sana. Ikitokezea ogurene chepkinuch kuku anagawanuch hiyo ugonjwa sasa lazima wafanye vaccination kabla hajaambukizwa. Usipofanya ikikuja inafagia kuku. Hizo ni dalili, sitaki kuenda dalili sana. Hizo unaona kuku akikufa amekunja shingo. Hizo zingine ni wakati umefanya what we call PM postmortem. Utapata pia kwa hiyo ugonjwa kuku atakuwa anataga mayai ambaye sio normal soft shell, ama utapata pia hiyo mayai sio of the normal shape. Causes ni hiyo ni virus, and then kuna overcrowding, ugonjwa itaenea sana, and then spread vile inaenea ni through direct contact. Nimesema usichanganye kuku wagonjwa na wale ambao si wagonjwa. Hiyo ni ugonjwa inaitwa fowlpox. Fowlpox, unaona vile inashika? Hiyo inatakikana ufanye vaccination at 6 weeks. Na huo ugonjwa pia huwa inasambazwa na mosquito. So make sure una control mosquitoes within your poultry house. Ingine hiyo inaitwa kumboro, hiyo inaitwa infectious basal disease. Clinical signs ni hizo. Naweza endelea tu. Hiyo ni coccidiosis. Coccidiosis ni ile inahara damu, unaona kuku inahara damu, na hiyo inaletwa na uchafu katika nyumba ya kuku. Prevention ya coccidiosis, hiyo unatumia madawa na usafi katika nyumba ya kuku. Fall typhoid, hiyo ni bacterial infection ambaye pia inaambukiza kuku. Utapata either inahara yellow ama whitish. Na pia kuna reduced egg production. Na utapata pia kuku huwa amevaa kabuti ambaye sio yake. Sawa sawa, si tunaonaga hizo madalili? They are there. Infectious coryza ni ile nilikuwa nimesema inashika kwa macho. Hiyo ndio infectious coryza, unaona vile macho imefura. Hiyo. Just continue. Kuna madawa utatumia. Una swali mpaka hapo? Nataka niguzie kidogo tu katika ufugaji wa kuku. Asante mam. Huyu mama amesema, unajua nimeharakisha hii presentation kwa sababu there are several presenters. But kwa ufupi, kuku pia huwa wanashikwa na ectoparasites. Kuna kupe inaitwa soft ticks ambayo inashika kuku. Kuku pia huwa wanashikwa na fleas, kimitek. Si mnajua hiyo kimitek yenye inashika macho. And then kuna lola. Wonge lola. Si mnajua lola? Kuna collar leak tena ya kuku. Wacha ile ya binadamu. Na unajua kwa kawaida collar leak inakaa wapi? Huwezi ona mchana. Usiku mchana inajificha kwa nyumba ya kuku. And then usiku inavamia nini? Inavamia kuku. So cheje inatakikana ufanye kama kuna viroboto ndani ya nyumba ya kuku ama hiyo collar leak. Chukua dawa kama Stelladon, hii tu kawaida, dip. Na uspray nyumba ya kuku kama kuku hawako ndani. So utatoa maji, utoe chakula, utoe kuku ndani, upige dawa hiyo nyumba ya kuku at least once per month. Sawa sawa. And then pia usiache ile droppings ya kuku ipile ndani ya nyumba ya kuku. Hapo ndio those especially fleas, kimite, watataga mayai yao hapo na wataweza kuongezeka. So make sure umechunga usafi ya nyumba ya kuku. Unaweza tumia pia sevin dudu, especially kama ni lola. But for collar leak, kimite, tumia Stelladon, ama ukipata ectomin, tumia hiyo dawa uspray nyumba ya kuku. Si nimekujibu? Kuna mwingine ako na swali? Kwa haraka? Haya, sawa. Wacha tuangalie kidogo kwa ufupi ufugaji wa mbuzi. Sawa sawa. Wangapi wanafuga mbuzi? Unafuga aina gani? Ile ya maziwa, ingawaje wote wanatoa maziwa. Lakini kuna specific breeds ya maziwa na wale wa wanyama. So, wenye mnafuga ni gani? Uko na gani? Kawaida ni gani? Pea huyo. Oyaka ox. Okay. Sawa, asante. Na ndugu, unafuga gani? Hiyo tu. Kuna mwingine huko nyuma alikuwa amesema anafuga, sijui ako na gani? Mpe yule. Umekataa? Okay. Mike imekataa huko. Check.
Kuna wale mbuzi ambao ni improved mbuzi. Yes.
Hello.
Umesema kuna mbuzi improved.
Oh, improved. Oh, okay. That's good. So ni crossbreed. So katika ufugaji wa sio kuku. Najua nimeongea sana kuhusu kuku. Mbuzi. Tuko na mbuzi wa nyama. Tunaita meat goat. Sana sana hawa ni wale wa kienyeji. Unawafuga tu kwa minajili ya kukupea nini? Kukupea nyama. Si ndio? Na iko na majina mingi. Si ndio? Hata wengine hawana majina. Unasema tu huyu ni mbuzi, unamfuga, lakini anakupea nini? Nyama. Then kuna wale sasa wa maziwa. Ile ya maziwa sasa ndio unaweza fuga pia kukupea pesa. Tuko na breeds ambaye tunaita enda tu. Okay, kidogo tu. Hiyo ni population ya mbuzi yenye iko Baringo County. Sasa sijui kama yako ilihesabiwa kwa hiyo population 1,434,715. Lakini hiyo bado ni hiyo idadi ni kidogo. Sawa sawa. Hawa sasa ndio dairy goats. Mnawajua hawa kuku? Hawa mbuzi. Hiyo ya kwanza inaitwa Tockenburg. Hawa wote they come in different colors. Hawa ni wa maziwa. Hii ya pili ni German Alpine. And then hiyo ya chini ni Sanen, hiyo nyeupe. Hawa wote ni wa maziwa. Haya, nyumba ya kuku inatakikana ikae aje? Ya mbuzi, sorry. Unaona vile imejengwa? So unajenga nyumba alafu kuna trough hapo, umewekea chakula na maji na chumvi pia. Si inaonekana vizuri? Ndio hiyo pia hiyo nyumba ya mbuzi. Rudi nyuma kidogo tu. Kidogo tu. Still kidogo. Rudi nyuma. Mbele. So mbuzi pia wanataka wajengwe nyumba nzuri, and then wanatakikana walishwe vizuri. Wanatakikana wapewe, kama ni mbuzi ya maziwa lazima umulishe na fodder trees. Mnajua hizo? Hiyo ni kaliandra na hii ni mulberry. Wewe utakula matunda na mbuzi anakula nini? Anakula matawi. Hizi ni vitu ambao utapanda kwako. So hiyo iko rich in proteins na pia multivitamins. And then utatumia pia dairy meal ili uweze kuongeza maziwa na mineral leaks. Kondoo ama mbuzi huwa anashikwa na magonjwa. Kuna ugonjwa inaitwa off. Sijui mnaita nini huko. Ukiona hapa kwa mdomo kuna kigurene, kamera hii, si ndio? Hiyo iko. Okay, kama iko hiyo utazuia moja ku make sure usafi ya nyumba ya kondoo ya mbuzi iko sawa. Sawa. Alafu kuna vaccination against hiyo ugonjwa. So unaweza chanja mbuzi wako before waambukizwe na nini? Ugonjwa ingine inaitwa SCOS ama ile ugonjwa wa kuharisha. That is a bacterial infection. Hiyo pia inaletwa na uchafu na inaletwa pia na bacteria. And then pneumonia. Pneumonia sana huwa inaua watoto wa mbuzi. Alafu kuna hiyo ugonjwa inaitwa contagious caprine pleuropneumonia. Sana iko upande wa Baringo. Unapata mbuzi wanakufa almost in the entire county kwa safari moja. Sijui kama mnakuaga hiyo na hiyo ugonjwa. Kunakuanga? So iko chanjo. And then kuna pests, ectoparasites. Mbuzi pia huwa anashikwa na kupe na viroboto sana. And then endoparasites huwa anashikwa pia na minyoo. Tapeworms, roundworms, liver flukes. Hapo itatakikana ufanye nini? Una deworm. Na utatumia hizi dewormers kina Endotape, Curafluke. Hapo ni mwisho. Okay. So kama ni deworming utatumia Endotape, Curafluke. Kuna dawa ingine hapo ijaonekana inaitwa Bendamec ama Valbazin utatumia kwa kondoo. Then kwa kuangamiza hizo ectoparasites utatumia Duodip, Stelladon ama Triatix. Sawa. Kuna swali? That's just a brief about poultry production na goat production. So hadi hapo nataka kutamatisha hapo ndio tumpishe the next presenter. Asanteni.
Sana ndugu Soi. Pigeni huyu bingwa makofi jameni. Bwana Soi, kwa nini unasema ile mbuzi nyingine ya kawaida? Si useme East African local goat. Mbona unadharau mbuzi yetu bwana? Pigeni Bwana Soi makofi. Bwana Soi, kuna aina mingi ya mbuzi. There's a boa, gala, savana, wengi na kuku. Kuna magonjwa ingine ya kuku umemention hapa. Pigeni Bwana Soi makofi. Asante sana. Nafasi hii nichukue nimuite mwenzetu kutoka Open University, ndugu Franco Tieno Jatelo Maro Education. Pigie huyu jamaa makofi jameni. Vile vile ni mwalimu na mwandishi wa habari. Ndugu Franco Tieno. KTN enzi zile. Naam, karibu sana Matiang'i.
Asante sana ndugu mfawidhi. Mfawidhi ni master of ceremony in Kiswahili. Mimi niko hapa baada ya kupokea elimu nzuri sana kuhusu mifugo na kadhalika. Sasa niko hapa kwa niaba ya Vice Chancellor wa Open University of Kenya kukupa dondoo baada ya dondoo kuhusiana na elimu dijitali. Kuna umuhimu sana wa kukumbatia utandawazi na teknolojia iliyoko hivi sasa. Ndio maana sisi katika chuo kikuu cha Open University of Kenya, ni fahari yangu kuambia kwamba sasa unayo fursa nzuri sana ya kujifunza na kupata elimu ya chuo kikuu bila kufika darasani, ila kutumia teknolojia ambayo tuko nayo hivi sasa. Na hiyo basi ningependa kusema kwamba hii ni chuo kikuu cha kwanza kabisa cha serikali ambacho kilishapewa idhini rasmi. It is a chartered university which goes down well with how the government wants to embrace transformation of digital economy in this country. And therefore, just looking at our slides, I just want to say that, my name is Franco Tieno. I'm in charge of corporate communication and marketing at Open University of Kenya. We are based in Konza City, along Mombasa Road in Machakos County. That is where we have our administrative offices, through which we run how you should enjoy your digital learning. So therefore, asante sana. Yeah, so I want just to say that in Open University of Kenya, we are very keen to ensure that you enjoy and embrace technology. In terms of our programs that we have, I'll be inviting also my colleague Lillian Bonari, who will also be coming here to share with us how we do our payment, the fees, and so on. But one thing I want to tell you is that we are very flexible, and we have got innovative learning platforms through which our learners, students interact very freely with the content that we have in terms of how digital learning is concerned. So I'm sure you, as you sit here, you really appreciate that Open University of Kenya has come at a time when we've been struggling to embrace or to access what we would really want in terms of higher education in this country. So we are flexible and we are affordable, and when you will listen to us carefully, even when you visit our tent outside there, you will realize that we have a very flexible way of payment. We have got scholarships for those who would like to pursue various aspects of learning. You have got those avenues to which you are going to benefit. So as I stand here, I want to encourage the leadership of Baringo County that you have a chance to partner with Open University of Kenya in order to ensure that you become one of the places that were initially considered to be remote, but now through that, all boys and girls from this region will be able to understand and to access education through digital space. Therefore, you are going to talk to the right people. Even after this, you are welcome to our tent, and we will be able to discuss more. So, why are we here today? I want to say that we are here to appreciate the theme that we have here in this arrangement that has been put together by the ministry in charge, and all these partners have come here to speak one language, and this language is about digital economy. And this digital economy can only be made possible through a government intervention, and that is how we come in. Open University of Kenya has made it so possible for you now to access this education through a very structured way, without going through a lot of hassle, because I'm aware, and we are aware as a university, that when you want to access digital learning through the private engagement, it has a bit been challenging for you people. So that's how and why we are here. Lilian Bonari, my colleague, I would like to invite you, and so that we wrap it up, just share with us and share with the Baringo residents about what's there for us in terms of payment and so on. Karibu.
Thank you, Frank. Habari kila mtu Baringo County. Thank you. My name is Lilian Bonari from the Open University of Kenya. So I would like to demystify about fee payment. All right, sorry about that. So our fees are very affordable. We only charge 105,000 per academic year. An academic year is made of 2 semesters. So which means that per semester, you can only pay 52,500 shillings. And this 52,500 shillings is payable in installments of your own making. Like whatever amount you get, you pay pole pole tu hadi umalize. So the only thing that we like request you to pay is 1,000 shilling registration, and maybe at least 20% of the school fee, which is around 10,000. But still, if you don't get that 10,000, we allow you to start classes as you look for that. And we allow you sometimes maybe to do your exams, but you will not be able to graduate without finishing the fee. So I would like to encourage you to come and enroll, come and study with us. We have programs ranging from masters, bachelor degrees and PhDs, postgraduate diplomas. Also, our master's programs are very affordable. We only charge 187,500 the entire program, and you will only study for 4 to 6 semesters. So 1 year, 1 year theory, and the rest of the time for thesis and research. So kindly come to our tent. You can also visit our website, which is ouk.ac.ke. We also offer master's programs. Our master program, PhD program. PhD program is 337,000. This is very affordable. I understand that other institutions charge up to 900,000 and above. So kindly come. Let us work with you in your education journey as you grow yourself, as you enhance in your academic journey. We are here for you, and you can always inquire through our emails, and you can always call us. Karibu sana OUK. We are the best institution so far. Thank you.
Asante sana dada Lilian Bonari, kwamba ningependa tu kusema kwamba sasa mnayo fursa adimu na adhimu ya kujiunga nasi katika safari hiyo refu na nzuri na tamu, ili kupokea elimu ambayo itakupa fursa ya kujiunga na wengine katika ulimwengu mzima, kukumbatia uchumi wa dijitali. Uchumi huo basi utafanikishwa ikiwa wewe utajiunga nasi. Na hivyo basi, kwa niaba ya naibu chancellor wetu Profesa Elijah Mwenga na wengine wote na viongozi wote katika chuo chetu, ningependa kuwasihi kwamba jamani, Baringo, elimu imeshafika mkononi mwenu, imeshafika malangoni penu, na sasa penye nia pana njia. Karibuni OUK. Asante.
Sana sana Mwalimu Frank Otieno. Mwalimu Frank Otieno, makofi mazuri. Mshamwona huyu bwana kwenye KTN enzi zile kabla hajaenda Open University. Mpigeni Mwalimu Frank Otieno na mwandishi habari shupavu na rafiki yetu wa karibu. Tumuite wenzetu kutoka David Katiambo kutoka David Katiambo. Pigie bwana makofi akija. Utakuja kutupatia utambulisho wako kwa uzuri. Ndugu Frank, tutakuja kwenye Open University. Na watu ya Baringo County mjaribu kuwezesha ile malipo iwe chini kiasi, kwa sababu sisi tuko wanzilishi mahala fulani Sana. Karibu sana my brother.
Asante sana. Thank you very much. Yes. Ni sawa tukiwa hapa? Okay. Sorry? For visibility. Oh, kuna watu watoni. Okay. Vile mmeambiwa naitwa Dr. David Katiambo. Mimi ni director katika State Department of Diaspora. So niko na mwenzangu hapa mwenye ata present kidogo kazi yenye tunafanya. So I'm here on behalf of the Principal Secretary, State Department of Diaspora, to give you some details about the role of the State Department of Diaspora. So the State Department of Diaspora was established by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, through the Executive Order number 2, to be in charge of the welfare of the diaspora. Nikisema the welfare of the diaspora, na maanisha kuangalia Wakenya wenye wako nje ya Kenya, na kuangalia vile Wakenya wenye wako nyumbani hapa vile tunaweza pata opportunities nje ya Kenya. So previously we have had a department in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in charge of diaspora, but because of the important role that the diaspora plays in developing the economy of this country, and because of the challenges the diaspora face often when outside the country, the president of this country, through the Executive Order number 2, created the State Department of Diaspora so that Kenyans who are abroad can be remembered, can be taken care of, and Kenyans who are at home can be linked to opportunities abroad. So on behalf of the Principal Secretary, State Department of Diaspora, we are here to give you a brief presentation on job opportunities and the role the State Department of Diaspora plays in linking Kenyans at home to job opportunities abroad. So with me today is Nikki Matika. Nikki Matika is a third secretary in the State Department of Diaspora. And because many of these opportunities are for young people, we have come with the young person to talk to young people about opportunities available abroad. But as kama wewe sio young, you are welcome pia usikize, because there are also opportunities for people of my age and even people who are older. So karibu sana Nikki.
Thank you. Good morning. So my name is Nikki and I'm from the State Department for Diaspora Affairs. Like my colleague has said here, we were part of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs as a directorate, but the diaspora faced so many issues, so we saw the need for it to be a state department instead of just a directorate. So I will briefly explain what our State Department does. We have 3 core guiding tools. Our first goal is to empower the Kenyan diaspora, and then we engage them, and then we protect them. All this is in order for Kenya to prosper as a country. Other than that, we have 9 core mandates as the State Department. Our first mandate is to protect the rights and promote the welfare of Kenyans in the diaspora. We promote continuous dialogue with them. We support Kenyans in the diaspora by harnessing enterprise and employment opportunities. In liaison with other stakeholders like IEBC, we enable Kenyans in the diaspora to vote. We develop cheaper alternatives for Kenyans to send remittances back home. We harness diaspora savings. In liaison with the Ministry of Labor, we implement the labor migration policy. We also, in liaison with the Ministry of Labor, we also secure the placement of Kenyans abroad, for example, through these digital jobs. And we mainstream the Kenyan diaspora into the national development process. So when we look at the labor migration trends in Kenya, we can see in 2019, the remittances were at 2.5 billion US dollars. And in 2023, they were at 4.19 billion US dollars. So it's very evident that labor migration and the remittances are contributing to the growth of our Kenyan economy. Remittances are becoming a very important source of national income. It might even overtaking the usual exports of tea and coffee. Through His Excellency, the various government approaches to job creation in this day and age, we have the local jobs, the jobs abroad, digital jobs, and the global labor market strategy. But see, because of our high youth unemployment rate and the high population of the youth, not all of them can be absorbed into the local jobs. That's why we have to look for alternatives with the jobs abroad, digital jobs, and through the global labor market strategy. The global labor market strategies will be launched by the president on Jamhuri Day, and its aim is to protect Kenyans working abroad, to facilitate their movement, create policy around it, and to regulate them. Another key, sorry, can you scroll? Yes, branding of Kenyan labor. In order for us to thrive in the global labor market, we might need to brand our labor. We need to. Oh, this one. Okay. Yes, we need to brand our Kenyan labor by focusing on. By focusing on education, vocational skills, language. For example, you can learn German or you can learn French, well-trained workforce, a strong work ethic, a spirit of innovation, market demand, and the internet. This being a digital jobs town hall, we are very lucky in Kenya that we have good internet access, making it easier for the Kenyan youth to access these digital jobs. In the recently signed labor mobility agreement with Germany, there are various ways that Kenyans can migrate to work abroad through the opportunity card, an apprenticeship program, the skilled worker visa, or even through university pathways. Other than this BLA, there was an MOU. Yes, there was an MOU called the MOKE, Memorandum of Understanding with FNF in Germany, and it's centered on the provision of digital jobs. So there will be a pilot project for this in Nakuru, and then it will spread to other counties all over Kenya. For more information, you can reach us on our social media at diaspora_KE. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Nikki, for speaking on behalf of the Permanent Secretary, Ms. Roslyn Jogu. So kama kuna swali mnaweza kutuuliza, but we can engage more after we will be around the whole day. So on behalf of the Permanent Secretary, we appreciate the county government of Baringo for having given us this opportunity, and we argue other county governments to copy from what Baringo has done so that Kenyans all over the country can know what the State Department of Diaspora is doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Asante sana. Pigeni bwana makofi. Nimesikiza kwa maelezo yako kwamba kuna kusomea German, sio? Na wakati huu tumkaribishe ndugu John Walubengo kutoka Google. Comments here for data protection. Oh, okay. Data protection. Comments expression metaphor.
Asante sana. My slides. Oh, there you go. Yeah, my name is John Walubengo. I'm here on behalf of the Data Commissioner, Madam Immaculate Kasait, who couldn't make it. So I'll do the presentation on her behalf. Next slide, please. Maybe I start with a question. How many have heard of the Data Commissioner? Show of hand. Okay, not too bad. So the office was created in 2019 through an act of parliament called the Data Commissioner, and called the Data Protection Act. And the reason the act was created was because of a provision in the Constitution, Article 31. And it says, we have a right to privacy, all of us, as individuals, as Kenyans. We have a right to privacy in the sense that we don't want people to sort of find out things we don't want them to know about ourselves. So the Office of the Data Protection Commission was created to protect you and I, to make sure that the personal information we share with people is not abused. Next slide. So that's who we are, ODPC, in short, Office of the Data Protection Commission, enacted or established by an act of parliament in 2019. Next slide. We do a couple of things as listed there. But basically, we try to protect your personal data. I will want to ask a question on just before the last general election. How many of us found ourselves in a political party that we never registered for? By show of hands. So that one is an example of a violation of your personal data. I too found myself in a party I never knew existed. And it had everything about me accurate. My 3 names, my date of birth, my constituency, my everything about me. And I didn't share it with them. So that is an example of a privacy violation that the Office of the Data Commissioner is expected to, look into. Another question. How many of us have received an SMS from a random number that says, tuma kwa hii number? That's a lot of us. Tuma kwa hii number. And it's a very common trick. I know a friend who actually got a message that says, ile number ulilipa rent last month, haifanyi, tuma kwa hii. So you can imagine your whole rent going to somebody else other than the usual person. That is another example of privacy violation. Whoever is doing those schemes has found a way to not only get your personal number, but also to know about how you make transactions and then try to sort of do a fraudulent transaction. So it's at the end of the day, it's fraud because our personal data that we probably shared in one place or the other was not properly protected. So in a nutshell, this is what we do. We try to register people who collect your personal data. And there are many, if you think about it. It could be a supermarket, it could be an M-Pesa kiosk, it could be the primary school where your kids go or your campus school where you go. All of us are collecting personal data. And it's not wrong to collect personal data. But what is wrong is not to protect it, and then it falls into third-party hands, and then they start exploiting you. Next slide. Just press a few buttons so that it fills up. Yes, there. So this is our mandate by law. And as you can see there, some of the functions we do is to register what is known as data controllers and data processors. I've already given examples of data controllers. Anyone who collects your personal data, hospitals, banks, telecommunication companies, churches, pretty much everybody collects personal data. And if you're collecting personal data, we expect you to register with the data commissioner, because that's how we begin to regulate you. There's also data processors. These are people who the data controller subcontract. So for example, if you're a big bank and you want to build an internet module so that your customers can access the bank through the internet. So what do? You look for some youth to build the internet module. So those youthful companies that are building software for the bank are considered data processors. They work on behalf of the bank. Those two should be registered. So if you are a young person building data you come across and not abusing it. Another thing we do is carry out inspections. So far we have about 7,000 registered data controllers and data processors. So as a commission, we try to visit, do random checks, just to make sure that you are following compliance, or you are compliant with the Data Protection Act. We also investigate. So if you find somebody has abused your data, you can launch a complaint on our website. And the law requires that we investigate and get back to you not later than at least 3 weeks. We should respond within 3 weeks. So we expect you to be aware of the office so that you can go there in case you feel your personal data has been violated. There are a few other functions we do, but we'll skip that and go to the next slide. There should be one more, yes. Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, we're a bit new, one of the new agencies in government, having been formed in 2019. Our first data commissioner was appointed in 2020. So we're just about we're in our 5th year. But during that period, we have gone ahead and come up with more detailed regulations, just guide or legal instruments that tell us how to manage or regulate the sector. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this one shows the type of information that we're interested in, or ensuring that is not abused. On my right is the personal data. Your name, your phone number, your birth certificate, even your location. Right now, anybody on a mobile phone, their location is being reported to Safaricom or to Airtel or Jamii, whichever, provider you use. So your location data is your personal data as well. And people can abuse your location data. So if you have some enemies, they can call or they can attempt to call the mobile provider and find out where exactly you are. So if the mobile provider did not know the Act, they could sell your location data. And in that case, you'll be under big trouble. So will be the mobile phone operator. We have also sensitive data. This is very personal data that can cause harm to you if it's in the wrong hands. So for example, if you knew my name is John Walubengo, the amount of damage you can do to me is less than if you knew my fingerprint data. So fingerprint data is more sensitive because if you placed my fingerprint data at a scene of crime, it becomes difficult for me to get out of that trouble. So the law says that if a company is collecting biometric or sensitive data, they must have extra security to ensure that Walubengo's biometrics do not fall into the wrong hands. Okay. There's also ethnicity data. In Kenya, of course, ethnicity is not too sensitive. The fact that I'm Luya and you're Luo and you're Kalenjin is neither here nor there. But in some countries like Rwanda, if you are Hutu or Tutsi, it could be life and death. So in some other countries, ethnicity data is not even collected. It's too sensitive. They don't want to touch it. And this is because of the tragedy of how that data was misused during the genocide. Okay, next slide. As I mentioned earlier, we can't avoid sharing our data. It's part of our lives. So when you make payments, when you enter a building, when you sign up online for some services, you're sharing your data, whether it's email, mobile number, name. So we cannot avoid sharing our data. So the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner tries to make sure that whoever is collecting your data does not abuse it. Okay, next. Oh. So these are your rights. Once you have given your data to whoever it is you're sharing your data with, the law allows you or gives you certain privileges, including the fact that you have a right to know what they're doing with your data. So for example, it's very common when you enter a building, the security guards want you to leave your name, your ID number, your telephone number, and all that. That's your personal data, and they have a law that allows them to collect your data. But also, this other law says you need to know how that security firm is protecting your data so that they're not selling it to, for example, political parties to put you in some party that you didn't ever know about. So there are things we talk about like data privacy policy. So as a citizen of Kenya, as you surrender your data to those security guards, you can ask them questions. What is your data protection policy say in terms of protecting the data I'm sharing with you? Because I don't want that I share my data with you and tomorrow morning I find it everywhere. The other right I could talk about is you have a right to correction. So if they captured your data wrongly, you should be able to have it corrected by law. And I want to give my own personal example. My ID number records that it captured my date of birth wrongly. So I was born in October, but the clerks who entered the data, instead of writing 10, the month of October, they wrote 01, the month of January. So that means the government of Kenya thinks I was born in January, but my mother knows I was born in October. And that hasn't been a problem until now I'm approaching retirement. What does it mean? It means I will lose 10 months of income because of wrong data. So that is the importance of correction. Goes all round. Yes, that's it. So this is now for those who are collecting your data. How do we ensure they are protecting it? Number one, they have to register with us as an office. Then our teams will sort of ensure that they are following the Data Protection Act, the expectations and provisions of the Act, including things to do with data protection principles, making sure their systems have privacy issues sort of within them by design, making sure that your data does not go across borders without your knowledge, making sure that they do something called data protection impact assessment. What that means is that they write a report to us about the risks of their operations in as far as the privacy aspects are concerned. So some of you may or are already running software companies or intend to run software companies because this is digital innovation for the youth. When you do, you need to be aware of these requirements. It's not about just building the software, but it's also thinking about how do we protect the customer's data. There are these mobile apps that the youth interact with, getting a quick loan or betting companies. Those apps, sometimes they do things in the background that you're not aware. So for example, you log into a mobile app to get a loan. You get a quick loan of 2,000 shillings. Then maybe a week later, you default. Then you start hearing your neighbor calling you saying they have received an SMS saying you haven't paid 2,000 shillings. What does that mean? It means the mobile app was collecting all the people in your address book without your knowledge. And they are waiting for the day you'll default. Then they send them one message to all your 1,000 friends, telling them you haven't paid. Okay, how many more minutes? Okay, please.
To interrupt John kidogo, to make some announcement tafadhali. Wale wenye wako na magari haya tafadhali tuitoe yale magari kwenye parking. Tafadhali umeegesha gari vibaya, na tunataka kujaribu kupangia wala wageni wetu heshima wakifika wapate nafasi nzuri. Tafadhali wale wenzetu ambao tumeegesha magari haya tafadhali tuitoe. Wale marshal pamoja na drivers tafadhali wa KCN 997E, KBY 788S, KDB 834T, KDD 274J, KAW 551R, KBQ 120F, KCD 820U, KCF 891F, KDJ 183D, KCT 349E. Tafadhali marshals pamoja na drivers tutoe haya magari kwa upesi. Naam, tafadhali naarifiwa vile kama kuna hizi vitu tumejaribu kuiweka zile labeling. Tafadhali kama hauna ruhusa ya kuwakilisha mkubwa wako tafadhali usiketi kwa viketi vile tafadhali. Kwa hivyo karibu sana mwandishi mwenzangu John.
Asante sana. Let's continue. So I was explaining that some of these mobile apps are notorious for violating your privacy. They pick whatever is on your phone in the background and then use that against you. So don't just be logging in and sharing your information on everything and anything you find on the internet. You have to be cautious and step back and ask yourself, who are these people? Are they registered with the data commissioner? Have they ever heard of data privacy? Because if they don't know about data privacy, you can be assured that they are going to violate your privacy. Next, please. So yeah, we live in a digitally connected world. Whether we want to do things online for government services, online shopping, communication, WhatsApp, navigation. Today, this is my first time in Cabernet, so we had to use a navigation system, Google obviously, to come to this great county of yours. So we cannot avoid online lives or online interactions. However, as we go online, we need to keep in mind the risks, both security, data security, and privacy risks that exist so that we're able to protect ourselves. Next. That's the same on the fact that we have these big players, whether I know Google is around, we have Amazon, Facebook, all these big players. Obviously, the big ones know about privacy, but there are smaller players who may not have heard about it that you need to be careful about. Some of the risks that you need to think about as you go online: phishing attacks, denial of service attacks, ransomware attacks, personal data breaches. This is the reality. As you go online, we must be familiar with these risks. The phishing attacks I had already sort of alluded to it, where you receive a message that pretends to be what it is not. Tuma kwa hii number. Or a more common one, somebody hacks your phone and starts sending everybody on your address book an SOS message. Oh, I'm stuck in hospital. I need quick surgery. Send 10,000. So since they're your friends, the money starts coming in. But it's not going to you. It's going to these people who have attacked you. Okay, so as a commission, we try to protect you, okay, by managing the people collecting your data. And we manage them by looking at what we call a 360 degree model. If you can go to the next slide, maybe the next one also. Yes, this one. So at the green at the center is the organization collecting your data. But the organization does not exist alone. Most organizations interact with suppliers, they interact with independent contractors. So these are some of the benefits of a robust compliance regime. We increase trust. We reduce the risks of breaches. Next, please. We enhance customer experience. So customers are more trusting of digital platforms if they know that there's a body that is helping them to stay safe online. And the Data Commission Office is one of those bodies. I mentioned earlier, anybody collecting personal data must register with the Data Commissioner. Okay, so it's an online form. You submit your details, your processes, and within 4 weeks, we should be able to give you an answer and a registration certificate. If we find some problems, we shall let you know and you fix them. So cyber and data security is a shared responsibility. As you can see here, we don't act in isolation. We have other government agencies, including the ministry, the ICT authority. There is something called NC4. They cover the whole spectrum of national cybersecurity. Data Commissioner contributes by ensuring the personal data aspect of it is safe. For you, the youth, we can only say stay informed, both about the Data Protection Office, but also about your behavior online. Next. Some of the achievements we have done next are listed here. We have tried to devolve our functions. Of course, we are not yet in Kabarnet, but we are in Nairobi, Mombasa, Kisumu, and Nakuru. I think we are starting with the old provinces. But over time, we intend to make sure that we have brought our services at every county. Next. Some of the key achievements are listed here. We have about 7,200 registered controllers and processors. We have received 6,000 complaints from citizens. So if something is bothering you, you suspect a certain provider has abused your data, feel free, go to our website, file a complaint, and our team of investigators will definitely take it up and assist you in resolving it. I'll not go through each one of them. I think we can go to the next slide. And I thank you for your attention. Asanteni sana.
Asante sana John, umemaliza kama bado najaribu kuchukua notes pale. Asante sana John. Pigeni John makofi jameni. John vile vile ni mwandishi habari. Nimekusikia mara mingi wanaokiwa kwenye redio Kumbe karibu yes, ni mwandishi wa kitambo. Mpigeni makofi. Sikuwa najua unaenda kuretire bwana. Miaka zimeenda. Pigeni bwana John makofi mazuri. Wakati huu ningependa kurecognize wale wenzetu kutoka TVET pamoja na wale wenzetu kutoka mashule za kiufundi. And in that order I want to recognize the chief principal Baringo National Polytechnic, ndugu Josephat Kipkemboi, mpigeni bwana makofi. Vile vile wale wenzetu kutoka Kapchepkor, ndugu Koros, pigeni makofi tafadhali. Asante sana ndugu Koros, pamoja na ndugu yangu Martin Kilel, na vile vile mwenzangu kutoka Mochongoi, mahali kuna kutoka mimi. Pigeni huyu bwana makofi. Principal wetu kutoka Mochongoi TVC. Vile vile naona wenzetu kutoka KMTC kiongozwa na Chief Principal ndugu Kendagor, karibuni sana. Vile vile naona wenzetu kutoka Boresha, ndugu Chebi yuko pamoja na sisi, na wale wenzetu vijana ndugu Brian Rono kutoka Eldama Ravine yuko pamoja na sisi, Amgich pamoja na ndugu yangu ambaye yuko na madeni ya assembly ndugu Charles Taylor. Iko bile utalipa. Karibu sana kwa kikao cha leo. Vile vile ndugu yangu bwana Senator, na kuna wengine Tom Tube amenipa, kuna mwenzetu Tima Kenya Youth Organization Council pamoja na ndugu yangu kutoka Baringo Youth Council ndugu Evans Barsongol pamoja na wale wenzetu vijana. Tom amenipatia majina yenu, nimeshataja pale. Vile vile NYS Kenya National Youth Service ndugu Peter Kulei. Tuko na simu ya rafiki yangu amepotea. Kwa hiyo simu, sichukue simu ya wenyewe. Chama iliyo nembo ni kidole moja. Alijipata kwenye chama cha UDA ambayo walikuwa wapinzani wao wakufa kuzikana. Kajipata kwenye UDA na watu walikuwa wameona wakiwa na marafiki wa UDA, so watu wakajua kweli huyu bwana amefuka sakafu. Kumbe ni mambo ya data protection. I want to appreciate the Data Protection Commission ukiongozwa na dada yetu Immaculate Kasait. Dada yetu Commissioner Immaculate Kasait ni mwanetu kutoka Tiati na ni the first lady pale Tiati. Kisijui kama Tom Tubei inakubalika kusema first lady, lakini ni mama yetu pale Tiati. Na vile vile kuna mwanamuziki Ghetto Ospanzia. Kuna ule msanii mwenzetu kutoka pale Tiati alituimbia nyimbo nzuri sana ya amani. Yuko hapa sio? Wapo huyo bwana? Yule msanii pale. Simama kiongozi. Huyu mwenzetu anatoka Kapedo kwenye mipaka ya jimbo la Turkana na Baringo. Ana nyimbo nzuri sana. Alipata award ya kuwa mwanamuziki bora kwenye kuimba nyimbo za amani. Vile vile I want to recognize our good partners, Kenya Commercial Bank. Our sister is here. I want to appreciate you and we want to say thank you. Of course, I've mentioned our good friends from Boresha Limited, led by my good friend Bwana Chebi. Where is Bwana Chebi? Bwana Chebi? Asante sana. Werele mi chini to tin lole. Mi tu ko acha ko gonori lagate. Amo gonore rabeshak chogo. Konorwe ngung ni mwiko sukuki. Asanteni sana. Nikaribishe dada yetu Stella Kagendo kutoka Google. Dada yetu Stella kutoka Google. Na yupo. Pigie dada yetu Kagendo nibunuka mama. Chemolel, pigia Chemolel makofi. Google. Tuambie pesa ngapi iko Google ya Baringo, uache hapa. Mimi ndio nitawagawia hawa. I'm the trustee. Kwa nini unacheka T-Max bwana? Kwani uniamini bwana? Nitaweka Boresha. Tutaweka join account. Tumpigie dada yetu Stella akija hapa mbele.
So, good morning, everyone. My name, as you've heard, is Stella Kagendo. I work for Digital Opportunity Trust Kenya, supported by google.org. I'm very thrilled to be here with you today in this town hall of Baringo. It's actually very wonderful to see so many young people who are seated here because from the theme of the summit, we are targeting the young people. So today we are going to be talking about something that holds tremendous potential for each young person here in Baringo County as well as across the country. And that is the world of digital opportunities. I want to thank the organizers actually who have made this possible. We are here because they believed in our talent as young people, our creativity and the drive, and we believe that the future of Kenya, especially its digital economy, is in our hands with the young people. So I'll request for our slides. Yeah, we can go to the next slide. So the fourth industrial revolution, this is youth being at the center. So we are currently experiencing a revolution, which we are calling the fourth industrial revolution, that is transforming how we live, work, and connect with one another. This revolution that we are talking about is all about the merging of technology, creativity, and culture. And young people, like the ones who are seated here today, are at the center of it. So what are some of the key elements of the fourth industrial revolution that we are talking about? One, we talk about the digital tools, such as the mobile technology, the social media, AI. How many of us have heard about the AI or are using AI? Yes, the AI, and which are becoming more accessible every day. And they are empowering people like the young people who are seated here and myself to tell our stories and to reach the global audiences. Through these technologies that we are talking about, we have unprecedented opportunity to share our ideas, our stories and talents with people all over the world. Are we able to connect with people who are in other countries, the young people? Yes. But we also have some barriers that used to exist. Whether they were financial barriers back then, the social barriers or geographical barriers, the technology is helping us to break all this down. And all we need is our mobile device, a phone, like the one that I have, and internet access, and you have the potential to build a career, you develop your skills, and create something that can impact not only your life, but also the community that, your community and beyond. So, but what are some of the opportunities that we have in the creative economy? My brother who was here has spoken about the opportunities that we have in the data protection space. We also have so many opportunities that we have in the creative economy. Next slide. No, sorry. Oh, go back. Yeah, there. So even as we think about the future, I want you to consider the role that you can play, you as a young person, in the creative economy. Across the continent, the creative economy is growing at an incredible rate. It's now one of the most dynamic and impactful sectors that is generating billions of dollars annually. And this growth isn't limited to traditional forms of employment. It's also happening in innovative areas where young people can thrive. So Kenya is known for its rich cultural heritage and strong voices. When you step in the creative economy, you are not just looking for a job, but you are entering a space where your unique perspective and experiences have value. Some of the opportunities that we have as young people in this creative economy, we have one, storytelling and content creation. How many of us here are content creators? Any content creator in the room? Yes. Is content creation creating money for you? Yes. So one of the opportunities is storytelling and content creation that has been embraced by so many young people across all our 47 counties. You'll find some doing film and music to social media content. We have people who do digital storytelling, which allows you to share your voice and experiences. We have content platforms like YouTube, where you are able to monetize your content. We have TikTok, we have Facebook, we have Instagram, where all our young people nowadays are found. The other opportunity that we have in the creative economy is animation and gaming. This field of animation and gaming offers a world of opportunities for those with creative and technical minds. Africa has untapped demand for this skill. And so we usually urge our young people to explore the field of animation because it has not been explored as much, yet the demand is high. Then we have the digital media production. This is where media meets technology. You have the chance to leverage platforms to create content, engage audiences, and even build your own brand as a person. Next slide. Now, I want to talk about the current program that is supported by Google. So, the program is called Ganjisha. Ganjisha is a Sheng word for like make money or get money out of your content creation. So, for this specific program that we are implementing, we are currently in 28 counties where we work with young people who are between 18 to 35 years old. Now, to help young people access these digital opportunities, us at Dot Kenya and the African Digital Media Institute, in support with from Google, we came up with the program. The purpose is simple. We want to equip the young people with the tools they need so that they can thrive in content creation. I know for the longest, our parents and our older folks who are here did not believe that content creation is a form of work, but content creation is work if you are doing the right content that is in sync with what the society wants. So the program has objectives, and one of them is digital skills. Design, then the young people are able to create content that resonates with audiences, whether locally or globally. Then the other objective is on entrepreneurship. For those who want to go beyond just creating content, we teach them how they can monetize their social media pages. For example, how do you monetize your YouTube channel? How do you start earning from YouTube as a young person? How do you start earning, for example, if you are posting on TikTok or even Instagram? So that's one of the objectives is entrepreneurship for us. And then we have the other objective, which is on community engagement, where we encourage peer-to-peer learning, which means our trainers come from their community, and we allow them to train young people in that community as opposed to moving them to other communities, because we want to see them growing those communities. So this builds a support network that the young people can also learn and grow as well. Then the other objective is on inclusion. We are very proud to ensure that this program eventually gets to all the 47 counties. Currently, as I began, I said we are in 28 counties. And yes, Baringo is one of the counties that we are implementing the program. Next slide. Yes, so for the program, which we are calling the Ganjisha Content Program, has been designed to cover all the essential areas that a young content creator or an upcoming content creator needs to know. So here we have a glimpse of what is expected in terms of our outcomes. But first I'll start by saying, once we have the young people come for our tour training, we usually have a curriculum that has been approved. So, and for this curriculum, we have some modules, and I'm just going to mention a few of the modules that we train on. First, we start by coming up with the vision and the goal and goal mapping. So we start by helping the young person understand their own goal. What do they want to achieve from doing content creation, and where do they want to see themselves even in the content creation journey? So once they are able to map this goal and come up with a vision, then it means that they are in the right route to succeeding in their career. Then we train them on the business model development for content creators. So this is basically learning how to build their business model around content creation and how to make money and grow their brand sustainability. Then we introduce them to content creation, from idea generation to self-awareness. And also we guide them to finding their own unique niche market. Like, which area are you good in as a person? Are you good at maybe creating content around cooking? Then we ensure that we train you on how to make that your niche area. If you're good with maybe poultry farming, for example, and you want to show the world what you do, then we train you on how you can do that. You actually identify your niche area as a person. Then we also train the young people on videography, photography, and graphic design, because these are part of the practical skills that they'll need as content creators. How do you take proper videos? How do you take proper photos? Photos that can speak, or videos that are clear, and also videos that are elaborate. Then we train them on how to now post them on social media and some of the social media marketing ethics. Next slide. Now, having said all this, allow me first to leave you with a powerful thought that says, this is actually for the young people. You are not only the storytellers of today, but also the innovators of tomorrow. This creative economy industry is about more than just finding a job. It's about creating an impact, shaping the society, and telling the world your own story. So, beyond earning a living, what do we mean? Your stories as a young person, your talents, and your creativity are assets that can actually help shape the culture of Kenya and even the community where you come from and the world at large. The creative economy will give you a platform to share your experiences, address issues, and connect with others. Then, in terms of shaping your society, when you create, you are not just putting content out there. You are making a statement, and every piece of your work, every story is a reflection of you as a young person. Then, paving the way for an inclusive future. For this project that we are implementing in these counties, we've said it's supported by Google. So when we come to your communities, once we have the young people who are interested in partaking the trainings, then we do the trainings for free from our end. And we also award you a certificate of completion just to show you that you underwent through the program. Having said that, I want to thank you for being here today and showing so much enthusiasm. And I'll invite you, if you have questions, you can, will be here the better part of the day. I'm here with my two colleagues, and we'll be able to answer questions and also just to give you more information about the program and also the organizations that we work with. Asanteni sana.
She deserves more clap. Makofi kwake tafadhali. So thank you so much. We are moving on so well. I want to take this opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, to appreciate our main sponsors. That is the KCB. Makofi ya KCB tafadhali. Represented by Marilyn Soy. Are you around? Wapi makofi yake tafadhali. Thank you so much. We also have our sponsor, that is Boresha Sacco. Makofi ya Boresha Sacco. Yes, now we are being represented by Chebi. Ako wapi? Chebi. Makofi tafadhali kwake. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Najua tumeketi sana, si ndio? Si mmeketi sana? And again kuna baridi. Kuna nini? Kuna baridi. Wacha niwaletee sweta. Kidogo tu. Wacha niwapatie sweta. So kama uko hapo na unafeel ni kama magoti yako iko sawa, why don't you just stand up? Simama tu. Simama tu, kwani iko nini? Kwani iko nini? Iko nini?
I think right now we are headed to the right direction because ukiangalia kila kona, creative economy talk is taking shape. At least now we have even a whole ministry that is dedicated to creative economy. And even on the local level, in the county level, even the governor can think of a creative economy summit like this one. I believe in the next 10 or 15 years, vijana wengi sana wataweza kujiajiri. So my name is Yusuf Noah, former CEO of Grandpa Records. I've worked with so many artists from DNA, Ken Rezi, Sauti Sol, Major. We did quite a number of hits. Ningependa kidogo vile MC amesema tutoe baridi kidogo. Naomba msima.
From that, muko aje? Muna make dona digital ama mjaanza? Mnajaribu kuanza? Hapana. You must learn how to make this money. This money is out there. Pesa iko. Right? And today is a day for you to learn how to make that money easily. Pesa iko. I mean, what is, like when you go to social media, if today, right now, I'm on social media and I have 5,000 people who follow me, that is money. You can go to somebody and sell that as a product. Kweli uongo? Unaenda kwa restaurant, unaambia, nikikula hapa kwa restaurant, munipatie kakitu kidogo, hata kama ni 2,000, 3,000, niweke kwa social media. There is money to be made with this creative economy. And this is a good thing. I'm extremely excited for all of you. And even as I walk my own journey, I hope we can work together. And if there's anybody who has an issue, if you're a content creator and you have an issue and you want to know how to go to the next level, I am very good at that. If you want to know how to monetize, I am extremely good at that. Hakuna mtu ametengeneza pesa kwa internet kama mimi. Everybody knows that, right? Si mnajua? Yes. So that money is there to be made. Everybody can make that money as long as you remain disciplined and consistent. Thank you very much for hosting me. I was not going to take too much time, but I appreciate. And asante sana, Baringo. I hope to see you next time.
Hold on, kibe. Pigeni makofi kwanza kibe. Makofi ya kibe. Kibe kama hujatoka kiasi hapa. Rafika juu. Ina kubwa hii, nzito hii. Na Rafika, kwanza tunashukuru umekuja hapa. Tunashukuru sana na we really want to appreciate you. And thanks for coming. Kuja tu.
It's my pleasure, my guy.
Tafuta tu kashake hapa. Alafu tukue na kikao hapa na vijana.
Shake ama tuanze nayo wengine kwanza alafu shake.
Tuanze nayo. Unataka yote?
Nataka yote. I want everything. Uko ni vizuri.
First kwa sababu tunataka at least mavijana wakuwe na hii feeling kwanza.
Yeah.
Rafika mwenetu kutoka Eldamaravine amekuwa one of the guys who ventured into this industry before tuelewi. Naam? Wewe Kibi umeanza kwa industry ya uandishi kisha baadaye ukaingia industry ya Afrika. Kwa wale wanaojua ya Afrika. Kwa wale wanaojua ni platform ambayo ina umaarufu. Je, Kibi tunaongelea mambo ya digital platform na kujaribu ku monetize.
Yes.
How do we Kibi?
We must create our own platforms. If we are going to monetize based on vile si tuko, we must create our own platforms. Bila platforms zetu, then wata control content yetu. Because wakiona umeweka kitu hawataki, wananyonga. Yeah, so they can demonetize you very easily. So we must create our own platform. So this is a good initiative. We start to create platforms zetu. Everything that iko, tunaweza create yetu, a version of ours. Starting from YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, all of those. We can create our own versions for Africa. And that is what Africa was, or rather is. It's something to throw out there that is for us.
Do you feel easy platform ambao wao wenyewe wanatumia inatufinya kwa ile njia ya kujaribu kujitengenezea hela, na vile vile platform ya ina suit Africa, kwa sababu hii market pia ni tofauti kipi.
Sasa wewe ujue ka YouTube before wakupatie, if you make 100 bob from YouTube they take 30 shillings.
If you have 100, ukimeka 100 wanachukua
30 shillings.
Naam.
Na bado watachukua tax huko America.
Naam.
Na Kenya KRA wachukue tax ya. Yako. So kwa shilingi 100 umebakisha ka 33 bob. Unacheki?
Naam.
But tukitoa outside party, then from 100 you can maybe remain with 70. So there's more money to be made.
Absolutely.
Yeah, if we do it our own way. Because remember, they have created those platforms for themselves.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So even monetizing ya huko kwao is much higher than ours. So the same content Refiga ameka hapo, amepata 1 million views. Mtu huko analipwa maybe $10,000. Hapo utalipwa 18,000 shillings.
With the same views.
The same time, the same views.
No.
Yeah. So they pay more for their own content. So we should pay for our own content.
No.
Yeah.
Challenge inakuwa monetization Kibe. Kijana mwenye anakaa hapa. Umesikia one of them amesema tunajaribu kuanza.
Yeah.
Inafika platform kiasi gani ambayo mtu anasema naweza kumonetize kwa sasa?
Unacheki monetization comes to consistency.
No.
So ukiona create content na watu wa follow content yako, then you can monetize. Like now on TikTok si lazima uwe na following kubwa, lakini unaweza monetize. Yeah? Unaweza enda hapo na ufanye kitu watu watakuona wakuje kwa hiyo live yako and they give you at that moment. So there are many ways of monetizing. It's not just the old style of YouTube or Facebook.
Yeah.
And nowadays you can monetize on the go. Like on live videos.
Yes.
People can give you gifts. So kama kuna kitu ya maana unafanya live na watu wako interested, they will come there and they will gift you. So these are the platforms that we need to jump on.
Kujitolea kwanza.
Lazima ujitolee kwanza ufanye kitu unasema unaweza fanya, ndio watu wajue uko consistent, and then they will keep coming back, and then now they start to give to you.
Just to add on before you ask me any question, what Kibe has just said, it's very much true and very much possible. Do you know in China, they have their own socials, no Facebook, no YouTube, no X. And even TikTok, the biggest thing right now, is from China. So basically we can also do the same. Kama M-Pesa all over the world started in Kenya, ni nini tunashindwa zaidi?
Si ndio tulianza hiyo.
You get it, it's very much possible and it can be done.
Na Rafiga?
Yes.
Wewe ule msee, one of the youth men wenye waliingia kwa hii platform. Wale vijana wanajaribu ku struggle na hii story. Base ni kuanzia wapi? Base ya story ya kukuhan kwa mtandao, digital platform. Kwa sababu at least wanasema at least
for me, I can tell you one thing, even to realize I was the first person to be on YouTube in Kenya and Africa. Nilijua hiyo I think 2 or 3 years ago. I didn't even know about it. You're just trying to be you. Any opportunity that arises, you jump on it. You get it? Because I remember there was myspace.com. I jumped on that one real quick. Yani mimi nilikuwa ni ule mtu kimbelembele. I knew what I wanted. Nikiona kitu inakaa like it can help me, take me to the next level. I do that. That's how I joined MySpace. Kidogo nikasikia kuna kitu inaitwa YouTube. I had to run to a cyber, nilipambana na watu wa cyber hapo, even how to upload the video. I even didn't know how to do it. Like how do I upload? I have a video here with me. And at that time, the video was on a DVD. It's unlike now. The video was on a DVD, unabeba hiyo DVD, unaenda nayo kwa cyber, ina transferiwa kwa mashini ya watu, alafu tena sasa inaanza kuuploadiwa. So like 2 years ago, that's, yeah?
Ilikuwa ni hustle.
It was a very big hustle. You see, like right now, the difference between then and now, there is technology. But again, you should know also, it's crowded.
Yes.
Everyone is online trying to do something. So you have to stand out. Just like for musician, kila mtu saya anaweza imba. Actually, everyone can sing. But now you must have a distinctive sound. A style that, yani ukifanya hata hiyo wengine wanaweza ita ni ujinga yako, but hiyo ndio inaweza ikakutoa. Yani mtu akisikia hivi anajua, huyu ni Kibe. Ukisikia Kibe unajua huyu ni Kibe. Yeah? Unajua huyu ndio huyu jamaa. You love to hate him ama namna gani? Unajua huyu ndio mse. You'll be waiting for the next episode. And stand out, there is no one wa kufanisha na yeye. So hata as a musician, as a content creator, always try to stand out.
And take
that
your
is
part.
The secret.
And take your part.
And take your part. Yes. You get it? As much as right now there's technology, there's so much avenue of monetizing. Believe me, it's not going to be so easy if you are doing what someone else is doing.
Would you agree, Rafika, kwamba art and music and digital is the next phase of growing our economy?
Of course it is. Look at Hollywood. What is Hollywood doing to the American economy?
It's the biggest industry.
Yes. So ours is very much possible. Like today, I can talk of the entire Africa. You know, Africa makes 18% of the world population.
No.
But do you know, when it comes to the creative economy, we earn only 1.5%. It's way too low. We are not even at 5%. So there's so much to be done.
No.
There's so much to be done.
So much to be done. Kibe. Ya Afrika na hii platform yako una plan ku grow aje na vile vile tunaweza ku enhance kwa sababu nasema uchumi wa nchi 2.5% inatoka digital kulinganisha na ile physical economy. Hii digital platform plus your platform, how do we enhance it? And also gava vile vile wapatia vijana wachukue nafasi ya kuingia digital bila kufinya vile ulikuwa umesema hizo platforms zingine zinajaribu kutufinya kutoka pale nje.
Yeah, you see, we understand our own problems and our own systems. So kwanza kuambia mtu lazima kuwe na account in euros. Hata utafikiriaje kitu kama hiyo? Yeah, so we need to make monetization as simple as possible, which is what we've done at Africa. And then we need to make the payout also as simple as possible. Because pesa ikiwa yako ni yako. Your money should be available to you at all times. Yeah. So if you've created the content and you've done the business, why not make the money? So for us, we have made it as simple as possible, and also to plan to go Africa-wide. Yes, that's why I called it Africa. So we plan to go all over Africa. Yeah.
Afrika, shikilia hapo Kibe. Stage kubwa hii, sio? Stage kubwa hii, sio? Na kabla nisiulize maswali mimi peke yangu, na maswali mawili kutoka kwenu. Haraka upesi nyinyi mavijana. Naam, mpatie Mili pale. Tuwezi pata Kibe kila siku na Rafika, sio? Naam, Mili, maswali yako kwa upesi. Naam. Tengenezea kipasa sauti jameni, huyu mrembo bwana. As a struggle.
Sorry, Millie. Use this, and then repeat your question, please.
My question was, in the process of trying to whip up the man to become masculine, you're putting down the woman. Can you work in a way that brings back the femininity in a woman to embrace the femininity so that the men can become proper men in the community? Because you realize that these women that you put down end up becoming more masculine and they attract the sissies in the community who are the feminine men. Can you work on that?
That's an interesting take, because I've never really put down any women. What I do is, listen to me. What I do is, I whip bad behavior. So bad behavior, whether it's in a man or a woman, doesn't matter. Yeah, I do that with my own children. My daughter is not special from my son. If she misbehaves, then she gets the whipping, just like my son would. And this is love. This is not. Does anybody here think I hate them? Of course not. So let me answer that. I got your question. Yeah. So the issue here is this: we have a breakdown in society where the man is not the man and the woman is not the woman. That's why we are both leaking into each other's, existences. So the woman needs to remain as a woman. But if she crosses over and becomes a man, then we deal with her like a man.
Arudi space yake. Arudi space yake.
Wewe rudi hapo ukae mwanamke, sisi tukae wanaume. Lakini usi expect ati ukuje hapa and then I treat you special. So We have to operate on merit. We have to operate on merit. All of us. Yeah.
You pick your team. Haya. Now.
Can you start working on a program that actually resets back nature? We start working on the feminine energy and the masculine energy, a bit different in terms of recalculating the community, because we are losing it. We are more, okay, all women or most women are becoming more masculine because of
having to do things on their own. Yes, I know what you're saying.
Yeah, can we restructure?
So the thing about it is, and this is why you need to understand this point. The man, if the man is destroyed in any society, then the society is destroyed. It doesn't matter how strong the women are. So the first thing is rescue the man from being puny, stop him from being this weak guy, and then once he's strong enough, then even attraction from a woman to a man is easy. But you're not going to be attracted to a weak man, are you? So let's bring back the man to being a man, and then the women will submit automatically, and we reset our whole society.
Like nature, like the way nature should be, sio?
Yep.
Haya, naam. Amgichi ni nini no mkono kama umesmile bwana?
Okay, thank you so much, Kibe. I think my conversation will be coming back to the digital economy. How do we draw the line between the issues of self-discipline among the young people, so that we concentrate on the things that add value rather than spending most of the time on the non-issues on the internet? How do we push the young people to draw the line?
Kibe, I think let us get all the questions so that you can be able to address.
Hello, good afternoon. Still morning, eh? Good morning. Mine is just an appreciation to Andrew Kibe. You know, the boy child alikuwa amekanyangiwa. Boy child walikuwa amepotea. Andrew Kibe is bringing back the masculinity in a man. So Andrew Kibe, big up. And then I want to challenge you. Pool table.
Where?
Nimeona ukizunguka ukicheza. Sijui the next journey ni wapi. I want to challenge you na pool table. With 1,000 shillings. You bet how much money.
Thank you. Any other question?
Now, I have a question. So what do you think of the digital place pale Kituo na kwamba how advanced are they na nini tunafanya kukata kama bado impact.
Thank you so much. I think we're going to have the last question so that you can proceed. A lady tafadhali. A lady. Wanaume tuko represented, msikuwe na wasiwasi. We are represented. Kibe akiwa hapo ashamaliza.
Yes, habari ya jioni. Na wasalimu habari ya nyinyi wote. Bwana asifiwe. Kolosino kesho. Amen. Kwa majina naitwa Mama Tuba, nimeokoka, Kristo ni Bwana, na niko katika TikTok. Na niko na few followers. So ningeomba Kibe anisaidie anieleze jinsi naweza kugrow kwa hiyo TikTok angalau ni earn money.
Where are the whips? Where are the whips?
Keep it straight away.
All right, I don't remember the first question. Who remembers it? I didn't have a pen and paper then.
Ilikuwa ni ya Amgichi Karanja. Self-discipline.
Self-discipline amongst the youth.
Yeah. Na content pia.
Yeah, so I can tell you one thing about discipline. Discipline is all up to you. It has nothing to do with anybody else. So there's nobody who can come and teach you how to be disciplined but your father. So if your father never was not in the picture, then you must find that discipline for yourself. So I don't know how else to explain it. You see, like in the I make this comparison between village people and town people. The village people, in the olden times, because they used to have to milk the cow, you know, take their goats to graze and the cows, and I mean, whatever it is they had to do, there was always something for them to do.
Yeah.
Awangekaa tu hivi,
activity.
kuna activity, upende usipende. So hiyo inakupatia a level of discipline bila wewe kujua.
Na assignment yako vile vile.
Every morning lazima uamke ufanye. Usipofanya unauliwa. Your father would not let you just, you know.
Lakini ukukufa.
Nakuja ukudedi, si wote wako hapa. Yeah. So that discipline, we don't have it with the people who have been raised in a very soft way.
Yeah.
So you must find that discipline for yourself. Yes. So if you've been raised very close to your mother, unapata discipline yako sometimes inakuanga iko chini. Na si kitu mbaya, you just need to overcome that.
Yeah.
So you overcome that nonsense and go and create a life of discipline for yourself. Yeah.
And for every boy child, there's always a transition. At least boys wako na advantage, wako na transition fulani.
Gani? Yeah, like what? The circumcision. Siku hizi circumcision inafanywa church.
Na pastor.
Na pastor. Sasa transition hapo iko wapi? Hapo hakuna transition.
Mama amesema anataka kutengeneza do na hapo na wafuasi wa church.
Anataka kutengeneza do.
Mama chumba.
I mean, she has a personality for it.
She can make money.
Yeah, she's going to make money eventually. She has the personality. Amesimama hapo si wote tukabambika. Yeah. It's just a matter of time, mama, before you start making money. And do collaborations with people. Ukiniona hapo unakuja una invite, unasema Kibe unanikumbuka, una grow following. Yeah. But it's, you know how you can see the money being made on TikTok. Watu wanatengeneza pesa vizuri. So just be consistent. Hata ile siku utaki kufanya fanya. Hiyo siku unasikia kwanza ndio umechoka sana. Leo start, hiyo ndio siku unafaa ufanye. That consistency will take you to the next level because your followers can see that. Yeah. And the last one?
Yes.
Rafika,
block. Jama block.
Or difference between content in America and Kenya.
Yes.
America, they seem to understand the content making business more than us.
Sure.
Yeah. Sisi bado tuko nyuma kidogo. Sisi hatujaingia kwa idea ya marketing na content. So sisi tunafikiria ziko separate. So you think that there's a marketing budget and there's a content budget. No, these are the one and the same thing. So you see, before, those two cameras would have been the main cameras. But now they are not the main cameras. That camera of mine is the main camera.
Sure. Attention imeshift.
I mean, watu wako pale, hawako pale. Wako pale. Yeah, and there and everywhere else. Yeah, so right now the attention has shifted. So we need to put marketing inside into the internet. So that these digital creators can start to make money. Kama sasa nyinyi watu wa Baringo, ule mother pale mnafahamu mchukue, mumwambie uza Baringo kidogo.
Mama chumba.
Mama chumba. Si ndio? Yeah. She's here. She's available, she's willing and she has a personality for it.
Na anaongea lugha ya hapa.
Na anaongea lugha ya hapa, watu wamempenda. Sasa nyinyi mtaenda mtafute mtu wa nje aje na kuna mtu hapa. So take some money, put in her hands, and the other creators who are here, so that they can survive here and don't have to think of going to Nairobi.
Sure.
Or to another country or wherever. Yeah.
Rafika, Kiba may speak about mambo ya collaboration and joining hands, like kujengana. Speaks much about mambo ya content creation.
Yes, you see, like Kibe has said it all. You see, with content creation this day, you don't have to move to go to the city.
Yes.
Actually, the city comes to you through your camera.
Yes.
You can create what you can wherever you are. You don't actually, creating content has become so cheaper. You don't need to buy a camera.
Sure.
You don't need to buy these lights. Unangoja tu jua ikiwaka. Unangoja jua ikiwaka.
Yes.
You shoot against the sun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Picha inataka
You see, right now, even the traditional media has gone down. Mnajua a number of media houses wamefuta over 150 people. Why?
Sure.
The advertisement no longer goes to them. The advertisement inaenda online.
Na iko targeted.
Iko targeted.
Inaenda kwa niche.
So inaenda kwa niche. So you see, for traditional media, wanafanya tu ile mtu itamkuta. Now wow, they did not embrace digital media when it came out. Walikuwa wanasema hii itapita. Unajua kujifanya otero. Hii itapita. But the reality, our traditional medias are struggling because of people like Mama Chumba. How many advertisement unaona Eric Omondi anafanya? Our content creators, how many advertisements? Doing advertisement for companies has become cheaper. Anajamini kiekelea 100k kwa Kibe. Anipost kwa IG yake, aipost kwa Facebook na kwa YouTube yake and all the socials.
Yeah.
Nitafikia watu mimi nataka. Anajua the kind of people who listen to.
Outreach ni millions.
Hata sometimes I think Kibe anasikizwa na kila mtu, hata kuna wengine wanapretend wamsikizangi lakini wanamsikiza.
Tunakuanga chini ya maji tu.
Yes, hata kuna wengine huyu anakaa ukweli nauma, lakini anyway we are not here for that. So basically for me with content creation, like the revolution, you said kusema the next 5 years, the next 1 year, hiyo ni story. And you see, for government, since they have taken interest for creative economy, what they need to do is kuchapa kazi na wenye wanaelewa kazi. Unaelewa? Kama si hivyo itakuwa tu ni jina. There is a Ministry of Creative Economy and in 5 years you've done nothing. Because right now the only structures empower. When I'm talking about creators, you should also talk about the software engineers who can build systems like Africa. Other systems like Africa. Sure. The competition, first of all, we need the platform. We cannot in structures. Last week I was at the American Embassy for the same talk. Imagine an American embassy is meeting people from the creative industry, looking for funding, how to put in money. I think government should lead that. Yes.
Rafika, kabla pengine tuchape round ya mwisho, kuna kijana hapa anatoka side naito Kapedo.
Yes.
Mpaka ya Baringo County na vile vile Turkana. Naiba story ya peace. Unaelewa Tiati iko na issue na peace. Wapi yule kijana wetu wa ghetto boy? Mambo ya peace. That young man there.
Chepsoi.
Naam.
Nafikiri nimepatiwa ruhusa.
Naam.
Watu wa huko nyuma.
Wamesema wako mbali.
We only have 2 questions.
Yes.
From backbenchers.
Naam.
Unajua watu na assume backbenchers wanalala tu. Let me give them an opportunity.
Naam.
Students from KMTC? Any question?
Na si ya kudunga na ya kumeza dawa.
Swali moja tu kwa Kibe ama Refiga. Any question?
Uboy danko kitafuta
wameogopa whips. Wameogopa whips. It's okay. You can proceed.
Naam. Kuna swali?
Iko.
Dango utampatia huyo kijana pia aulize swali yake kwa Rafika. Alikuwa ameniambia kuna swali.
Habari zenu wote.
Mzuri. Dango ni nini tena bana?
Check.
Naitwa Margaret Sarah from Kenya Medical Training College of Kabarnet.
Naam.
Mimi ni upcoming artist. Nimeanza tu kuimba juzi, so naomba munisaidie jinsi ya kugrow up, then pia munifollow. Kwanza huyo Kibe anifollow. Sai na munisubscribe.
Utasema channel yako lakini sasa itabidi sasa ndio wakufollow. Ako na watu yake watafanya hivyo straight away.
YouTube channel yangu ni najiita Sarah M, but ukitafuta Margaret Sarah utapata kwa urahisi. Nimeimba wimbo ya
Margaret Sarah.
Yes, nimeimba wimbo ya KMTC ya graduation.
Unaweza chapa ka line moja hivi tujaribu ku jamaa wakitafuta page tu hapo Margaret Sarah, mtafute mtu Margaret Sarah hapo, alafu Margaret Sarah tupatie tu pambio ama inaitwa ile utamu tu kiasi hivi. Ile top layer. Margaret Sarah. Na uko na majina yote ya kizungu
ni 2 tu. Leo ni siku ya mahafali. Leo ni siku ya mahafali. Furaha yetu wote ni kuwa wahudumu wa afya. Furaha yetu wote ni kuwa na hudumu wa afya. Jisikie huru.
Makofi ya Madeleine Sara jameni. Maafali ni wale graduates Danko, kwa wale wasanifu wa Kiswahili.
Wewe unanibeba aje wewe? So thank you so much. Wapi makofi ya Sara tafadhali? Makofi mazuri.
Danko?
Yes.
Danko, kabla tujampatie kibe, ipatie huyo kijana wetu wa ghetto ako na swali kwa Rafiga.
Okay.
Grandpa record.
Ako wapi?
Ako pale.
Okay.
Habari zenu?
Poa.
Okay, kwa majina mimi naitwa Balozi wa Ghetto. Mimi ni msanii kutoka sehemu za Kapedo huko ndani. Swali yangu, by the way, Rafiga ni mtu nimemwona kama godfather since kitambo wakati alikuwa grandpa. Na nikimwona hivi mimi nafurahi sana. Mimi by the way nimekuwa nikistruggle sana. Mimi ni rapper by the way. Na si rapper mchache, mimi ni rapper mnoma sana. Mnataka ni rap kidogo?
Angusha kabla tujaendelea.
Wananiita mimi Balozi superstar toka Kapedo, kijana mwenye kipaji cha kutazamiwa kesho. Mwambieni Rafiga ni saini kwenye lebo naoneshe jinsi hip hop inatolewa mapepo. Wanoko kwanza blaza mimi nitafanya kuwakera. Hakika watashtuka jinsi mimi nauza sera. Najua Mungu halali, sibishani na masela kwenye hip hop nitatoka hata kama sina hela. Kwa nini sio wazi kwamba mimi ni superstar? Niwepo kwenye trend huku Kenya mpaka da. Naonaga kwanza bora mimi sito chipukizi, maana hakuna rapa mkali kuniliko siku hizi. Najenga vina ngumu na sementi ya bamburi. Mwanangu kibomoa ndio utajengewa kaburi. Siandiki vesi fake vyote viko na viburi. Kauli juu jina langu naitwa rapa mashuhuri. Yeah, all the way from Kapedo. Yeah, all the way from Kapedo. All the way from Kapedo. So kwingine nimetoka all the way from Kapedo. All the way from Kapedo. All the way from Kapedo. Yeah, all the way from Kapedo. So kwingine nimetoka all the way from Kapedo. Naza kija nikarie na someaga wanabari. Lakini mziki bado ukijipa nitakuwa shwari. Najua
Hey!
Shukran sana, shukran manze.
Thank you. Asanteni sana. Thank you. Hey boss. Na mbona hujai nitafuta?
Rafiga, kabla hujasema kitu, huyu wako hapa. He was and is still the reigning winner wa Lenga Ugaidi Talanta. Wapi makofi yake tafadhali?
Nashukuru sana manze.
Niaje?
Iko best manze, nashukuru sana.
Maze umeiva.
Nakubali.
Umeiva ni kukula tu, kupakuliwa na kukula.
Manze nakubali. Mungu anasaidia.
Mbona hujai nitafuta hiyo mwaka yote?
Nimewahi kutafuta. Nimekutafuta huko Facebook kitambo kidogo, lakini ulikuja ukapotea kidogo wakati grandpa ili nini.
I'm the most available person.
Ukweli?
Yes.
And now niko na wewe sasa hapa.
Although ukweli ni msanii ameiva. Na amenipata time nisha retire from the music industry. Unajua mimi nimeretire I think I retired 7 years ago. Lakini hiyo sasa tutafanya kwa heshima. Korir, naomba uje hapa tafadhali. Korir is the first person. Okay, mimi ni mtu wa Baringo, lakini mtu ambaye alinileta kama Rafiga na Grandpa Records mzima, tulikuja na wasanii, ni Korir ndo alituleta during Baringo Rising Star. Mpigeni makofi. Korir ni mtu anajua kazi Ukija kuomba kiti naomba wakupatie kama utataka lakini hujaniambia hiyo maneno. Anyway, kwa heshima ya Korir na Baringo mzima, I will help you even in retirement. Ndakutafutia hata kama ni single 3 na hata ka video 2, si ndio? Alafu tutasaidia, tutapromote online pia. Kibe atasukuma, si ndio? Atakuongelea mbaya ndio watu wa.
Nashukuru sana mzee.
Unajua watu wanapendanga vitu mbaya ndio wanakuja hapo mbio. Okay. So, yeah.
Thank you. This guy,
there is a program tulifanya inaitwa Lenga Ugaidi na Talanta Baringo. Si mnajua tuko na issues ya insecurity Baringo. So tulifanya program kama ile ya Baringo Rising Star, and this guy, am I the best? Na alikuwa ananiambia sana nitafutie connection. Nikamwambia kuna jamaa anaitwa Refiga atakuwa hapa leo. He is from Kapedo and he's one of the best rappers we have, if not in the region, the whole country.
Hey.
Balozi, nataka umtafutie mtu anaitwa William Tuva.
Iyo
amshike
atapata. Wacha
mkono.
tumuingize studio kwanza.
Yes.
We do the right songs that can resonate with the Africa and world. Tumtafutie collaborations za nguvu. Alafu sasa tutaingia kwa kina William Tuva and other stations tumpromote. So we shikana na huyu jamaa. Ukimfikia utanifikia haraka sana. Huyu atakubeba, anajua nyumbani, anajua ofisi, atakuleta. Yes. Na watu wa Baringo na waahidi 2025 ni ya huyu kijana. Kama kijana hatatoka, mimi sikanyagi Baringo tena. Sawa sawa. So thank you so much. But tunajua Deno, tunapendanga balance. Kabla hii program haijaisha tukipata mwanadada, I would like to help too. Margaret ni content creator, huyu napatia Kibe. Kibe atamsaidia. Mimi nataka mwanamuziki. Oh, Margaret is the musician. Is there performances today? Okay, sawa sawa. We'll arrange how we'll meet after this. Alafu tujue vile tutawasaidia. Thank you so much.
Pigini makofi wenzetu Rafiga pamoja na Kibe. No, Kibe. Rafiga tunashukuru sana. Pigini Rafiga makofi jameni. Mwanetu Kibe. Kuna hiyo gesture umeona kabla uje respond kwa Margaret Richard ama alikuwa Margaret nani pale? Margaret Shara. Content nipo.
Kwa Margaret Sarah.
Plus Baringo County unaona?
I mean,
no.
Let me tell you something.
No.
I was in Nakuru yesterday.
Yes.
And the day before. In Nakuru, their social media is not as vibrant as in Baringo. Baringo has a very vibrant social media. So
Kwa nini mpige makofi jameni? Makofi jameni.
I'm serious.
No, sure.
I noticed it, and today I was even interviewed by Baringo. There's some guys who did an interview.
Baringo Online.
Baringo Online, Baringo News.
No.
So a couple of
Baringo
guys
Capital News.
Yes.
No.
So you guys are very advanced, even though you may not know it. Yeah. So what you need is now to start doing business with each other.
Sure.
Yeah. So the small businesses and the big businesses here start to do businesses with content creators.
Sure.
Yeah. So that by the time the government is coming in, these people already were just mama. But if you let people from outside dictate the content, then they're the ones who are going to tell you what to do. We want to see Baringo. We want to see all Baringo has to offer through the eyes of your content creators.
Sure.
Yeah. Si ati mimi nikuje ndio nianze kuonesha dunia vile Baringo iko hapana. We want to see it from you. We want to come and visit to see what you've already shown us.
Sure. Rafika, I don't want to take much. Tumeshukuru sana kwa kufika. Maybe kabla tujampatia Chief Officer wetu Dennis aje hapa, tunashukuru Deno kutupatia nafasi ya kujumuika pamoja na nyinyi na tunasema asante. Maybe Rafika, tukimalizia na vijana.
For me, I'll go back to Dennis and all the stakeholders in Baringo County government. We need more of Baringo Rising Star at least each and every year because vile Kibe amekwambia, I've been to Nakuru, I've been to Kericho, I've been to a number of counties surrounding Baringo. But in this side, north and south of Rift Valley, I've never seen talent in big numbers kama ile niliona Baringo when we were here for Baringo Rising Stars. There were over 500 people wamepanga laini, people coming for auditions.
Sure.
So I think vile county government imeamka na hii maneno ya vijana, I think they need to have a permanent program. They need even to create a center here for nurturing talent. Yeah, it's like more of a hub. Yeah. Unajua serikali ya county working with national government, these things are all possible.
Sure.
Yes.
We want to appreciate also you came for the tournament ile football.
Yes.
Lete futa pia. usiende mbali.
Yeah, actually I'm even running a football academy in Nairobi, and I'm partnering with Crystal Palace from the UK. So very soon tutafanya kitu Baringo.
Sure.
Yes, I'll be inviting the head of recruitment next year.
Thank you so much, bro.
Okay, karibu.
We truly appreciate, bro.
Asante.
Son of the soil. Eldama Ravin Kibe.
Ndio mimi.
Shemeji.
Hold on kidogo. Kibe amegwaje shemeji na mimi sijui.
Hiyo story ni story ya jana.
Shemeji wa nani aje how? Ametoa ng'ombe ngapi wapi? Who is the witness?
Hii ni mambo
honorary.
Who is the
Si lazima ikue.
Tunaweza ongelea hata kesho hizo story nyingine.
Ng'ombe lazima ikue. Unajua masano Baringo. So tafadhali lazima nitetee.
Wewe usitupukuzie shemeji naye rafiki.
Shemeji analeta kitu. Boss, hiyo shemeji haikujangi hivi ni gharama.
Very nice. So my parting shot for everybody here is
sure.
I really feel welcomed. We're supposed to spend only one day here. We are spending 2 days. So I want to see more what Baringo has to offer, and this is a great initiative. Asanteni kwa kunisikiza, nimesema asanti. Wale tumetoana ulambistic mnajijua, si ndio? Mnajijua?
Wanajijua.
Yes. This is not the platform for that. Hii lazima tuongee vitu
tunatafuta doa hapa.
Yes, but tutakutana baadaye usiku.
Saa 4.
Asante. Saa 4. Sharp.
Yes.
Yes, you know where to find me.
Watershed hours.
Watershed.
Yes.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, tupigie makofi Andrew Kibe pamoja na our brother kutuletea wenzetu. Naam. Hii ni alama ya kufika hapa. Naam. Asante. Naam. Just like that. Wewe si hata mimi niingie hapa sio? Thank you very much. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Asanteni sana.
Check.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, our good friends. Asante sana 99. Asante sana 99 bandi yetu. Kabla nimuite MC Danko, I want to appreciate, ladies and gentlemen, I want to appreciate our sponsor, one of our title sponsors, Inua AI Tech. Inua AI Tech ambayo inasimamiwa na CEO wetu Amfrey Muchuma. Wako pamoja na PS wetu, wanaambatana pamoja na gavana wetu wa jimbo. Nafasi hiyo, asanteni sana MC Dango. Nikupe nafasi hii tuitie chief officer wetu Bwana Korir aje hapa asindikishe wageni kwa ufupi tu, kisha baadaye tutaendelea nao. Ako sawa MC Dango? Pigeni MC Dango makofi jameni akija hapa.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Nipatie sauti. Nipe sauti. Check. So ladies and gentlemen, this is the time for Tisa to give us some 2 beautiful, amazing songs. Tisa, take it up.
Kule Japani, usomea ukakitari anikauza shamba langu kwa sababu yake, anikauza gari langu kwa sababu yake, anikauza ng'ombe na mbuzi kwa sababu yake, ili apate nauli ya ndege, ana pesa zingine za matumizi kule Japani. Nilivyompenda Stella jamani, kajitolea kwa roho moja, anikauza shamba langu kwa sababu yake, anikauza shamba langu kwa sababu yake, anikauza ng'ombe na mbuzi kwa sababu yake, ili kupate nauli ya ndege na pesa zingine za matumizi kule Japani. Ilikuwa tarehe 17 mwezi wa 5. Ilikuwa tarehe 17 mwezi wa 5. Ndio ilikuwa tarehe kamili ya Stella kurudi Kenya. Nilikwenda uwanja wa ndege kwenda kumlaki Stella. Nilikuwa na hapo Kilinda uwanja wa ndege. Nilikuwa na hapo tusimame tuweze kukaribisha wageni wetu wa heshima. Makofi ya juu. Wapi makofi ya juu? Makofi. Tisa, 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 tisa. DJ. Wapi makofi mazuri ya waheshimiwa tafadhali? Leta DJ. Kila mtu weke mkono juu.
Ulivue ili tupate wimbo wa taifa. Ulivue ili tupate wimbo wa taifa. National anthem please. Tutaongozwa na bandi yetu tukipata wimbo wa taifa. Mabibi na mabwana, tunaanza na wimbo wa taifa tukiongozwa na band. Wimbo wa taifa tafadhali.
Ilete baraka kwetu, akiwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na ndugu, amani na uhuru, na tupate na ustawi.
Tupate wimbo wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki.
Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, idumu jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike, wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Tukisimama hivyo tupate maombi kutoka Bishop Richard Aengwo from the Living Water Tabernacle hapa Kabarnet. Bishop Richard Aengwo.
Let's pray. Our Heavenly Father, the Father of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, we love you for this precious moment you've given to us, the opportunity to gather together together with our young people, we pray in the name of Jesus that you are the creator of the biggest content. You are the creator of everything that we made. We see today is us, you as the creator. So Lord, we thank you for our visitors. We bless you for the seers. We thank you, my Father, for Governor and everyone, my Father, who has attended this meeting. We declare grace. We declare your presence to be with us as we begin, my Father. Receive all the praise. Receive all the glory. In Jesus' name we pray.
Embed, you may have your seats. Tafadhali mabibi na mabwana, tunaweza keti. Host, Governor, Your Excellency Benjamin Cheboy. Our chief guests, PS Engineer John Tanui from Ministry of State, Information, Communication and Digital Economy. PS Honorable Susan Mageni from the Ministry of Cooperatives, Medium, Small and Medium Enterprises. Honorable DG, Your Excellency Felix Mayo. Our Chamber President, Dr. Eric Ruto. Our Honorable Members of Parliament, led here by our hosts, Honorable Joshua Kandie, Honorable Florence Jematia, and other Honorable Members of Parliament accompanied, Bernard Kitur, Honorable from Nandi Hills, Honorable Dasta Zioka, and other Honorable Members of Parliament that are here. Our County Commissioner, Sasangolo Kutwa, our sponsors and partners in this event, all staff from the County Government of Baringo, from the national government, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the list is long. Our chief guest, we are here in, of course, our Honorable Speaker, Vincent Kemboi, and the County Assembly of Baringo. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been here for 2 days in the Baringo Business and Digital Innovation Summit, which we are concluding today. And in the next session, it will be the town hall discussions. And briefly, because it's a youth summit, we just have one interlude of dance from our creative dancers, and then thereafter, we usher in the floor for the town hall discussion. So kwa hivyo, MC Danko, walete vijana, in siku yenu, wimbo moja, dance moja, and then we'll proceed from there. Thank you, and welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, all the dignitaries, allow me now to welcome creative dancers on the stage. My DJ, if you're ready, creative. Pull up, 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 pull up. Wapi makofi yao tafadhali mazuri. Thank you so much, creative dancers. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Every space, we need to recognize that even the youth have a talents, and that is their day, and it's their day today. Our chief guests, we are here now. You are set for the town hall, and as I usher you in, we are going to have our panelists, led by PS Engineer John Tanui. I'll kindly ask you that you may now come and take your positions. PS Susan Mangeni from State Department of MSMEs. Honorable Kibasu, you may also come and take up their space. Humphrey from Inua AI, come and take your space. And Your Excellency the Governor, you also come and take up your space in this as a panelist. And as they sit, you'll just give a word of welcome to everyone, and then you'll take up their space to be guided on how the town hall discussion will proceed. Yes. So straight away, you'll just give just a word of welcome before you sit.
Our honorable guests, led by the PS, ICT, my brother Tanui, and honorable PS for MSMEs, Madam Mangeni, the members of parliament that have come also to join us, I here have Honorable Chematia, who is our women rep in this county, Honorable Kandie, the MP for Baringo Central, Honorable Vincent, who is our speaker, Honorable Kitur, member for Nandi, from Nandi, Honorable Kibasu from Boni. We have serious guests here, members of the County Assembly present here. Of course, I recognize all my team led by Deputy Governor, including the CZs and chief officers. And the most important guests, of course, the President of the Chamber of Commerce in Kenya. Not just here in Baringo, in Kenya. And he's our own very own son. And all the team from Chamber of Commerce, the national administration led by the county commissioner, and the very important people here, the youth, people who have come to showcase their talent, including the ones who are here today. Good afternoon. Hebu tusalimiane hewani jamani. Hey, Bwana asifiwe. Very good. P.S. I can see you can see that the house is full.
Yes.
The house is really full.
Yes.
That tells you that we are angry for business. We are yearning for digital businesses. These people want to hear from you. They want to hear from the PS, MSMEs on how the young people can access capital. They want to hear from the PS ICT on how they can exploit the digital space to create wealth for themselves. We are ears open. We are ready to consume all the information that you can provide us. We are ready to hear from the members of the chamber because we want to move to the next level. Baringo County is ready. We just want your support. I do not want to say much. I want to tell you to feel free and feel welcome in this county of ours. We call it the county of great diversity. It is not a county of bandits, as sometimes some media people want to portray us. This is one of the safest counties that you can find in the region or within Kenya, for that matter. So for that, let me stop there because my responsibility here is to be a panelist, to join the very eminent persons here to share digital knowledge, business knowledge, entrepreneurship knowledge so that we can move to the next level. Thank you very much. Karibuni.
Thank you, Excellency. And President Chamber of Commerce, Dr. Eduk Ruto, please join the panelists, please. I'm sorry for that, inadvertently. Let's welcome Chamber of Commerce President, and I hand over now the floor to the moderator. Karibu sana.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols observed. Allow me first to give the chance to all our panelists to introduce themselves very briefly, their names, the institutions that they are serving, and what they do. After that, then we'll now give the opportunity to the members of the public to be able now to ask questions that will now be taken in order of 5 trenches. We'll give the first chance for the first 5 questions, answer the 5 questions, then take another trench of another 5 until we'll be able now to handle all the questions that will come. At this particular juncture, allow me to allow the panelists to introduce themselves very briefly before we now take the questions and answers. I'll start from my extreme left. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, the Governor for Baringo, Honorable Benjamin Cheboy, the PS for ICT, Engineer John Tanui, PS for Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, Susan Mangeni, Member of Parliament, leading the ICT Committee from Boni, and my member from Inoa. Good morning. My name is Dr. Ruto K. Eric. I'm the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry President. We are a business network membership organization present in 47 counties. And as I talk here today, we have 3 of these kind of events happening currently in the county. We have it in the country, we have in Murang'a right now, we have in Kisumu, and here today we are in Baringo. In addition to that, we am also the chairman of the Great Lakes region, a group of 12 countries in the Central Africa region from Angola, Zambia, Central African Republic, and the 8 East African countries economic bloc. And we are here today. We have sponsored a program on African Free Continental Trade Area, and also on our Jinwe program for the young people where we are giving loans. So I shall be able to take you through and any questions that you have in terms of entrepreneurship, in terms of expansion, to do business in Kenya and even outside. I shall be available. In addition to that, we are a member of the World Chambers Federation in 177 countries with a population of 45 million companies. So as I sit here today, you can be able to tap to that network. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, the Governor, the 2 PSCs from the ministries, all protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Erastus Kivazonsioka, Member of Parliament, Booni, member of the National Assembly, and a member of a committee by the name Committee on Communication, Innovation, and Information. We are here basically to see what the ministry has done as concerns the last mile, and we are privileged to be invited to this event to see also the impact of what has been done through the ministry to the youth, whether they are really appreciating and how it has impacted on them, on their life. With me is 3 members of parliament, 2 from within the locality. We have the member of county, the woman rep, Jematia. I have the member of the Baringo Central, Honorable Joshua Kandie, and I have the youth here with me, Bernard Gitul. We are here to be with you. Thank you.
I don't need to introduce myself. I think I am the local leader. Move your area.
Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. My name is Humphrey Mchuma. Hi, everyone. Hi. I'm excited to be here today and excited also to see the many young people that we have around here. My name is Humphrey Mchuma. I'm founder and CEO at Inua AI. And we're excited to be here to share the good news about the digital jobs in the digital space. We also have some goodies that Inua is gonna be sharing with the young people here today. So we are here to encourage you and tell you it's a reality. Inua AI is 100% owned business, technology business in Kenya, and it employs 250 young people in the professional field. We are looking at employing in the next 5 years, 5,000 young people in the professional and also tier 1 level jobs. And as we've selected 2 Jitume centers here in Baringo that will be awarding, I think, 100 jobs by mid next year. We want to create a business model around it so that, and then mentor the teams that will be working in those stations to build it as a business. And hopefully see lots of businesses evolving, because we have a huge human capital that is trained. What is missing is business development. And that's why Inua AI is here. We have a huge network in the US and Europe, and we can get these jobs. We've been doing it, but now we want to do it in a large scale through the pipeline that we have. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Susan Auma Mangeni. I'm the Principal Secretary for micro, small and medium enterprises under the Ministry of Cooperative and MSME. This is the first time we have the State Department for MSME, and this was a wise decision by His Excellency President William Samoei Ruto, because he's thinking about the people at the bottom of the economic pyramid. In other words, the institutional framework that is implementing the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. So my work is very simple, is to come to the ground, meet the people, mobilize them, and see how we can work together to support them to participate effectively in the economy and put money into their pockets. So we'll be sharing with our young people who are here and our business people, business community from this great county on opportunities which are existing and how we can work together, enable you access affordable credit, enable you access sustainable market, train you, and see to it that you can support the growth of here and also at the national level. If you like, I'm the PS for the Hustler Fund, and if I look around, I can see a number of my beneficiaries here. They're looking at me, but to pangane, kama hujanilipa, make sure umenilipa.
Thank you. I'm John Tanui, the Principal Secretary for ICT and Digital Economy, and Baringo County is also on. Your Excellency, the Governor, the leaders here, this is a very special moment for us to be here in Baringo, jointly with Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry and the partnership of Baringo County Government. We initiated a program where we go around the country. Besides the work that we are doing, we said we need to engage our youth and to get feedback. First, to share what we are doing as part of the bottom-up transformation agenda, and also get actual feedback from our citizens, our youth, in respect to the programs that we are running. We've held these programs in many parts of the country. We held in Narok, we've been in the coast, we were recently in Eldoret, and here we are at Baringo County. And this time we are doing it combined between Baringo County Government, Chamber of Commerce, and the Ministry of ICT. That's the Ministry of Information, Communication, and Digital Economy. And agencies, we have several agencies: ICT Authority, Concert Technopolis Development Authority, Kenya Advanced Institute of Science and Technology, and the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner. High level, some of the programs we are doing is connectivity. We want to ensure every part of the country is connected. And that's one of the programs, and that's why you've seen from Emining, here Kabarnet, all the way to Kabartonjo, we are laying a fiber of 105 kilometers. We are doing the same across the country. We are also establishing what we call digital hubs, starting with the ones in TVETs. Across all the constituencies in Baringo, each one of them already has a digital hub with 100 computers. We've also connected over 35 institutions here in Baringo County, and there are a number of them ongoing being connected. And we are very privileged today that we are with our members of parliament. Ministry of Information, Communication, and Digital Economy reports to the committee in charge of communication, information, and innovation. And we have 3 members of that committee who are here today, led by Honorable Kifasu, Honorable Kitur, and Honorable Chematia. And also we are happy that Chematia sits also in the budget committee. So we get the benefit of our role being in budget and the ICT committee. And there is also a program of visiting projects that have been done under the ministry for them to get the update. Today we have visited the digital hub, Elisha ICT Center. We were also able to visit the hospital to see the impact of technology on the service delivery to the citizens and the transformation that is happening in the Ministry of Health. We have been able to get feedback, and those are some of the things we are discussing. We've had teams who have been here yesterday and today, and they have given you feedback on some of the commitments we did as a government. The digitization agenda, the connectivity, working with the digital platforms like Meta and Facebook to ensure that our citizens can monetize their talent in those platforms. We are very happy that we have achieved a great success in some of these. Connectivity, for example, out of the 100,000 kilometers we talked of, we've already achieved about 13,000 kilometers so far. Digitization, we are at 21,000 services already connected. We started with 350. In respect to attracting global investment in Kenya, we've seen global players set up base here in Kenya, software development companies like Amazon Web Services. We've seen Microsoft continue to advance. We've seen others, and we've seen even private sector start to triumph, like Inua AI, Kenyan business process outsourcing centers being established. And we've seen progression in that sector, which we'll be sharing as we go along. So I don't want to speak beyond there as part of the introduction. Thank you.
Thank you very much, PS Tanui. To our honorable panelists, through His Excellency, the Governor of Baringo County, I would like now to take this opportunity to welcome the members of the public to ask questions ranging from the presentations that were done as from yesterday to this morning as we were visiting different projects within the county, so that we are able now to interact with the great leadership that is here. And members of the public, I would like to urge you to take this great opportunity to interact and engage with this leadership which is here. From the county government, we have the man at the helm of the county service, that is His Excellency the Governor himself. We have Honorable Kibasu, a member of parliament that sits in the Information, Communication and Innovation Committee at the National Assembly. We have the president of the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce himself seated here, Dr. Ruto. We have our two distinguished PSS, PS Tanui from State Department of ICT, and Madam Mangeni from MSME. And lastly, we have the CEO of Inua AI, who is actually our technology partner and has been supporting the work of the State Department of ICT for such a very long time. So this is the opportunity that we will give you now to interact with these distinguished leaders. So I'll take the first 5 questions, and they can be directed to any of the panelists, and then we'll answer the first 5 and give opportunity again to the next set of questions. So here we are with the first 5 set of questions. So can I have the mics taken around to be able now to take the first questions? Thank you. We need to be brief and direct to the point. 1 question per member.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Evans Barsangol. I have a question to the PS Susan Mangeni, and my question is the issue of Hustler Fund. Is there a way we can review the terms and conditions of Hustler Fund? Because you cannot give a person 500 shillings and start a person to start a business. Can you review that amount to maybe 10,000 or convert that money to revolving fund? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you to the panelists. My name is Brian Kiplimorono from Eldama Ravine. From the conversation that we've had over the last 1 year is content creation. But we have not had a conversation about patent and copyright issues, because we're asking our young people to do content, but we are also now telling them how to protect their data, to protect their content. So what are you doing in terms of passing down information, knowledge transfer on patent and copyright issues? Thank you.
Thank you. Let's balance so that we also have gender equality. If
Okay.
ladies are also there, please.
All established protocols. My name is Cornelius Basuben. I'm a student at Baringo National Polytechnic. My question is, as youths, you have been introduced to many platforms that when you are engaged to, you are being asked for registration fee, of which that is a big animal that affects us as youths. Thank you.
Next.
My question goes to the Ministry of Cooperatives and MSMEs. My name is Milka Keitan. I wanted to ask, in this country right now, mnaambia vijana waenda watafute tenders, contracts, and all that. You are asking them to push themselves towards that direction. But you realize that once akipata your job, hana yodo. And then the procedures that they're expected to go through, ndio wapate hiyo do, it's so tedious, and some of them don't have the actual details. Can we have a way of converting probably that hustler fund to make it look like mtu akipata kama tenda leo, niko na LPO, nikuje kwenu niwapatie, you give me the money, and then we sign a contract such that nikilipwa hiyo pesa inapitia hapo, mnachukua pesa yenu, mnanipatia yangu kama kijana. Ina make sense? Because watatafuta and then they have no money to actually do that work. That way they can be able to actually maximize on the 30% and wanasemanga vijana waende. They can't go for those things because they don't have the resources. Can you work on that? Thank you.
The last question on the first tranche.
My name's Alex Oshira, and I have a question. I don't know who it's directed to, but I think the members of Parliament, I think sometimes ago, the Speaker of the National Assembly was speaking about the need to harmonize those money from those bursaries for education because they are too scarce, they are dispersed. Maybe you find the governor has some money to give to students. You can find the MPs, the women rep, and everybody, even I think maybe even the chief. Those money that is cast in very many pots. And then, because the reason why I'm saying this, I'm a youth, and you find the most convenient money you'll ever get is from your parents, who will try to support your business, who will try to support you in all the way. And you find like I'm the firstborn, and then there's other people behind me, and the education is too high. So even if the parents wants to support you in doing something for yourself, life is very constricted. There's no money, and the economy is not well right now. So I just want to urge maybe the members of Parliament who are here to harmonize that money into one cup, maybe the Minister of Education, so that we may be helped with the parents, because you find that to get money from these people is very hard and tedious, because lazima ukuwe na connection, mtu akushika akupeleke pale. So that is very hard for a youth to find money. Hata hii mnasema hustler funds, tengine 500 is too small. You need money from parents. So I just want you to help the parents to harmonize that money so that we can be supported by our parents, because our parents can see us all through the way. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Allow us to answer the first set of questions before we take another tranche. We would also like to provide some guidance that as we are asking the questions, we need to align with the theme of this particular event, which is business and digital innovation. So we need to restrict our questions within those boundaries so that the leadership which is present up here should be able to deal with those particular concerns. Thank you very much, and I give the first opportunity to PS, Madam PS, to answer the two questions directed to her.
Yeah, so I thank you very much. But probably before I respond to the question, allow me just to give a little bit of a background. The question on Hustler Fund and why Hustler Fund? Probably we need to begin from there. So Hustler Fund is a financial intervention that we are implementing to correct the existing market failures in the credit market. And what was this failure? The failure was that majority of our population, most of them young people and women who do not own means of production and who reside at the bottom of the economic pyramid, could not access financing from the mainstream financing institution that we have currently in the country. And also besides that, because of the various shocks in the economy, like all of us know what happened the last 5 years, in the period of 5 years ago when we had corona pandemic. Thereafter, we were faced with the high inflation globally. We had the geopolitical tension disrupting the supply chain system. And all these affects businesses. And then around the same period, we had also the worst drought in the last like 40 years. And you'll agree with me, Kenya, we were heavily affected. And given that we are highly agricultural, that is our economy, depends on agriculture. Even in the areas where we've been depending for food, the food basket areas here in Rift Valley, we had no food. So we embarked on importing basic food, importing maize, importing rice. Because of that, majority of people who are being affected are our people who are the backbone of this economy, the MSMEs. Because 90% of jobs you find in the Kenyan space is from the MSME sector, and they contribute close to 40% to our GDP, which is probably we are below the global average, which is 60, and we believe we can be able to do that. But the major barrier for MSME participation in the economy has always been access to credit. So because of those shocks, most of our Kenyan citizens found themselves in CRB's blacklisted. By the time when His Excellency the President was being sworn in, close to 8 million Kenyan of productive age, and I mean 18 years and above, had been blacklisted. And if you are blacklisted, what it means that you cannot participate effectively in the economy because there is no institution that can provide you with credit. Now, most of those people, again, were also young people. So there is no way our economy would have grown, and especially our bottom-up economic transformation agenda, we could not realize if we have 8 million significant population being kept outside of the economy. So what His Excellency the President did then, invited the private sector, those leaders in the financing, leading financing institution, and the telcos, the mobile network operators who've been running digital lending, and say, let's come together and see how we sort out this problem. But this is what they said. They said, as we've given these people, we've lent to them, they have defaulted, unless if you put in money, we are not willing to touch them again. So the president said, look, we will ride on your infrastructure. Let's see how we can partner around here. So we as a government, we will put in money, but we will use your mobile network infrastructure. We will use your lending, banking system infrastructure to give these Kenyans a second chance to repair their credit. So why Hustler Fund? Hustler Fund is providing an opportunity for majority of young people, majority of Kenyans who had been blacklisted to have another chance where they can again borrow and repair. Now, what is the objective of doing this? We are rehabilitating the negative credit listing that our Kenyan population had, with an aim of reintegrating them back to the economy. In other words, we are helping you repair your credit. So by just borrowing that 500 shillings, that act of borrowing and repaying speaks a lot about your behavior. So you'll start being trusted, you improve your credit rating. So then within no time, the financial institution, like the ones which I've seen here, the KCB, the Equity and all those that could not touch us, will start now trusting us because now our credit history is available. So why 500? So we have 4 products. So the first product, which was universal, is the personal loan. And the minimum was the 500 shillings that you're talking about. But you are not to stop there. So from personal loan, we said you're going to launch group loan, which you launched. And then from group loan, we are launching SME loan. But before that, in the second anniversary, we'll be launching a bridge loan. And then we also want to launch the startup loan. And this is what speaks to the theme of today here, the startup loan. But to do this, for you to access credit, you must have a collateral. Because we realize you don't have a title deed. And most of our Kenyan population are not salaried, have no jobs. Because we are talking about 20 million potential workforce in Kenya, of which only 3.5 million, including the county governments and in the county governments and in the national government, are formally employed, are salaried. Out of those, only 1 million are in the civil service. And when I talk about civil service, that's including the county government and the national government. The 2.5 million are in the private sector. So it shows that we have to support close to 18 million people who are in formal sector to at least create their own jobs which are secure, which are sustainable. Now to do that, we must make sure that they can acquire some sort of collateral that can be acceptable, which is easily accessible by them, which is your own behavior. In other words, you're saying, if you can be trusted by 500 shillings, you can equally be trusted by 1 million shillings. So if you can borrow and repay, anybody can also trust you. Now, what are we doing about limit review? Today, as we speak, we have Hustler Fund beneficiaries who are borrowing up to 50,000 per borrowing. It's not even per day. They started off with 500 shillings. Over time, they have grown their limit. During the first anniversary last year, 30th November, we reviewed our limit, and we have those there today borrowing 50,000 anytime they need. Now, in the second anniversary, which will be coming in a couple of days by November 30th or thereabout, we are going again to enhance the limit. Now, because the personal loan maximum limit is only 50,000, we have introduced a bridge loan. Now, this bridge loan, if you've been repaying well, and I wanted to read out, Baringo, I'm afraid PS and Governor, you may need to help me. Because we'll be graduating 2 million Hustler Fund beneficiaries who have demonstrated good borrowing behavior from 500 shillings, and they borrow and repay within time. What will it be doing to them? Number one, as an incentive, now we are going to double the tenure. If you've been borrowing for 14 days, once you graduate to the bridge loan, you'll now be borrowing for 30 days. So your loan will not be for 14 days, it will be for 30 days. For 8% interest rates per annum. Secondly, we are going to triple. If your limit by that time will be 50,000, so we will triple your limit to 150,000 shillings you can borrow anytime. Again, interest rate 80% per annum, and then you can roll over for 1 month. So we are rewarding good borrowers, and we are going to do this with the banks. We have already secured some facility through the World Bank, almost 30 million US dollar. That will be about 4 billion to 5 billion Kenyan shillings for those who can work out maths very well. And so we are going to introduce the SME loan. So it has been a pipeline. You started by 500 shillings. You've been progressing. You've shown you can be trusted. with borrowed money, you've been repaying. We graduate you to bridge loan. We start introducing you to the banks. So the banks are now going to start also understanding what businesses you're doing, which sectors are you doing, the viability of business. And in future, you will want to borrow for like the LPO financing. The first thing they're going to ask you, let's run through your Hustler Fund credit score. Are you among the people who are paying well? They will finance your LPO without asking you for a grant or without asking you to provide the title deed. So what I'm trying to say is that Hustler Fund is a pipeline to job creation. Once the over 18 million Kenyans can be able to access credit without really being asked to provide your pay slip or your title deed, you can be able to access. So that's on Hustler Fund, but we'll discuss more about that. The second question was on LPO financing. I can see the lady you're looking at me. But I want to ask here, do you have youth fund here? There was a representative, please stand up, Dendi. Do we have KIE here? Kenya Industrial Estate? Let me talk about a youth fund, because youth fund has been under me until sometime last year. So youth fund have a product for LPO financing. Now, and it's 7%, if I'm not wrong. The interest rate is 7%, 8% per annum. It's very much far below. Now, they've had, of course, a challenge of the pending bill. And you know, we also as guilty as charged. And I know also county government are guilty as charged. Because whereas we provide and we promote 30% access to government procurement, what has been happening, our young people will come, they'll be facilitated by the youth fund or any other financing institution. They are operating on borrowed money. They are given tender to supply. But of course, the procuring entities takes a long time to pay. And you know, it's accruing interest. And because we don't have a bottomless in terms of resources, you find most of these institutions now becoming a little bit more cautious. But we've told them that the youth fund, first of all, we've told them they need not to ask our young people to provide any collateral. If anything, collateral will be the Hustler Fund credit score. Are we together? That will be the collateral. But today, as I speak here, the 2 million that will benefit from these opportunities, unfortunately, as I speak, from Baringo County is only Baringo Central constituency. Baringo Central constituency. The Hustler Fund beneficiaries that have demonstrated good borrowing behavior and therefore can access such kind of opportunity, enjoy higher credit limit, are only 4,337. Baringo Central, I was still running figures. Baringo North is only 1,975. Assuming 60%, because our beneficiaries are about 65%, you can imagine only a few youth from those two constituencies will benefit. So what am I saying? Hustler Fund is a pipeline. Borrow 500 if you have a reason to borrow, repay so that then you can be graduated and scaled up to higher opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. To see transformation, we must embrace technology. We must encourage our children to start STEM. That is where we can create value. One of the things we really celebrate is when our president came with the 5 focus areas. In the digital superhighway, he asked, what can we do to achieve this? Then we looked at connectivity. The other thing we realized is that it is not only connectivity. You can have 4G network, but people are using a phone which is unable to access 4G. And they instructed us to find a solution, and we were able to get private sector to start manufacturing devices. For the first time, our country is already manufacturing smartphones. We have 2.6 million phones made in Kenya. We cannot even satisfy the Kenyan market. There are two companies, one has manufactured over 1 million, another one 1.6 million. We have almost 1,000 young Kenyans working in that space, an industry which did not exist before, the electronic industry. Last week, when KRA was giving awards, top tax awards, on third list, we started seeing companies in electronic industry. We can almost say in 7 years to 10 years, coffee and tea might not be our biggest exports. Electronics might be our biggest exports. Software is going also to play a big role. We've seen young people making softwares to be used in the country, and they have started exporting softwares across our borders. Microsoft closed its software development center in Nigeria and brought it to be in Kenya, the only one in the continent, African Development Center. So digital space is indeed, so I hope I'm convincing my brother there that indeed digital space will be area. And I hope later on we can share some stories about Philippines and India, how they've grown the economy in the business process outsourcing. It became the first job when you finish school in those places. I remember during the days of Kavena Cheboy and maybe earlier, when people finish school, maybe they work with National Cereal Board and others. In those countries where you go is a business process outsourcing center. That's where you start your career as you grow to the other areas. So I hope I've addressed all the areas that were asked. There was a question on National Polytechnic about, that's a very important question. Alice, she raised an issue. We ran competition, calling people to submit ideas, and they participate in competition. They finish, then the competition, it ends there. It is something we need to fix as a country. Sometimes it is driven even by external factors, people who are scouting for new ideas, not just to develop. Sometimes it's somebody scouting an idea which might challenge the existing product, and they want to absorb that into their product. But we are looking at how do we make sure that when you participate in the competition, you have a chance to pilot your solution. And also after piloting, you have a chance to now implement that solution. And we've started. I was privileged to be CEO in Concert Technopolis for about 8 years. And we started a program that we ran that process openly. If you have it, bring it so that it's open, it's competitive, it's transparent. And once you succeed to pilot your solution, we should engage and have that solution be deployed. I was very happy when we visited the hospital, and some of those solutions are some of the solutions being implemented here in Baringo County. So we have also opportunity through the startup bill, which is being processed. We are also working with global partners like UNDP, under what we call Timbuktu, to raise about 10,000 startups in Kenya. I'm with my sister. We had engagement last week, and early December we will be launching a program to focus on innovation. We have also the Innovation Week, I think, coming out end of this month to address that space. So we want to make sure our young people who have ideas can actually grow those ideas into businesses. And there are many people, and that's why we are coming here to share successful cases. So we might be coming to Baringo National Polytechnic and connect. And you mentioned to us there are 3 people who are developing games. Very exciting. We would like to connect those people to the other developers so that they can grow together, because there is wealth in that space of game development also. Asante sana.
Thank you very much, PS. Allow me to welcome the President for Chamber of Commerce to answer the next question.
Thank you very much, Wycliffe. I can see you are very attentive in class in our curriculum on SCFTA, African Free Continental Trade Area. As a Kenya National Chamber of Commerce, for us to be able to be here in Baringo today, we were faced with 2 statistics. One, currently, Africa volume of trade is 1.4 trillion US dollars. What happens is Africa exports unfinished goods worth 700 billion and goes back again to import the same as finished products of 720 billion US dollars. So that is where we started as KNCCI. And very quickly, to come to Kenya, the statistics for 2023, we did export goods worth 1 trillion Kenya shilling, and we imported 2.6 trillion. So we have a deficit of 1.6 trillion as a country. And that is why we have 5 million youth who are not employed. And that is why we are here discussing how we can get digital jobs online for jobs that we are supposed to create here. So what did we do? As a KNCCI, we looked at the markets, which is the easiest place to explore. It is Africa, it is our neighbors. 2 months ago, under the partnership of Trademark Africa, is an institution that is supporting KNCCI. We sent in 5 consultants to Juba, South Sudan, to Zambia, and to DRC Congo to look for markets for Kenyan products. After that, we got orders. And last week on Friday, with a PS for SMEs and our patron member, we did launch 35 containers of Kenyan manufactured goods worth 1.3 trillion or 169 million Kenya shillings to those 3 countries. How much did we invest? We invested 6 billion by sending these people for a period of 2 weeks to look for markets for Kenyan products. Of course, the return on investment you can see is very high. If you look at 30% in terms of profit of what we've exported, we are averaging maybe around 55 million. So when the Baringo chapter here, led by our chairman, Mr. Mulo, organizes this business forum, I looked at the 35 containers, and we never had even one product from this chapter of Baringo and from this business community. And that is why we wanted to come and train you today, because that initiative is called Trade Connect, and we want to export under the Guided Trade Initiative 1,000 containers outside under the SEFTA. In Baringo here, I hope we can be able to get 10% or 20% of that share of 1,000 containers. We know currently you have 600 billion we cannot be able to match because we don't have oil, and we currently don't have the capacity to do heavy automotive manufacturing. But 1 trillion we are able to cover. So the training is, first of all, is to train you here in Baringo. And maybe for those ones who are coming from outside this county, is that we produce the best tomatoes in Kenya. We supply 10 counties from this county. And if you look at the supermarkets or the modern trade, most of the products of tomato paste are actually coming from Italy. So I think what we need to do is to be able to aggregate those products. And I'm very happy the Ministry of SMEs, which I always tell Susan, your baba and mama, that you're here, and I think you're going to have an industrial, there is a program you're having of 3 billion Kenya shillings, and also we are advocating for an industrial park here so that we can get our young people to be able to participate in terms of industrialization as a country. The other aspect is that there's huge opportunities in terms of exports. Recently we came from an island called Mayotte, and they buy tomatoes at 2,500 kilograms per kg. So that is the kind of the business intelligence you can be able to get from Kenya National Chamber of Commerce. And if you're a youth, and it is free, and we put it online, and we circulate it globally, so if you have products that you're currently producing, we can be able to help you export. Otherwise, I think finally, maybe on behalf of the youth who are here, the county government is here, we are talking about SEFTA, but we have 47 inter-county licenses that we have to go through before we move outside Kenya. So I hope, Governor, by decree today, and I know members of County Assembly are here and the Speaker, if you can remove those inter-county licenses and cess so that you can have one uniform, we can be able even to explore Kenya and outside the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We give His Excellency the Governor the next opportunity to answer the last two questions.
Thank you. But before I answer those questions, I want to add something to what the President of Chamber said, that for us to export, we need products. And those products, there is need for volumes. And we are supporting the people of Baringo County in production of several value chains that we want to increase the quantum so that we can be able to export much more easily. But more important is that we will, working together with our county assemblies, we are working on a possibility of doing an aggregation center for a product in each and every ward. So that if your ward is producing a lot of tomatoes like Marigat or parts of Mogotio, we have an aggregation center for tomatoes. If your ward is producing avocado, we must have an aggregation center for avocado, so that when we aggregate and we have sufficient volumes, then we can work with the Chamber of Commerce to identify the market sectors that are involved in that product. Like HCDA will be able to at least assist us, and with the PS of SMEs here, MSMEs, we shall be able to crack that sector of exporting our products. They will also be able to help us on meeting the requirements for the export markets, because every export market has got its own requirements in terms of various factors like the content of pesticides in the goods that we are exporting. Then the other one is to tell you that we are in the process of constructing an industrial park here in Kimose, hoping that once we have that industrial park, it's going to be a place for aggregation and value addition of the products that you want to produce, so that we can be able to export. The other questions, the questions that I was asked, were asked that are relevant to me. Oh yes, I also want to add on to what the PS ICT said about export of technology. Baringo County is one of those counties that is exporting technology. One of the youth companies that we assisted to establish between 2013 and 2017 called Bunifu has grown. Their initial product was an antivirus. Now they have grown to the extent that they have got a software that they are exporting to at least, I think, did I hear, where is Seguton? Is Seguton here? Yes. Did you say 69 countries? 40 countries in the world. So, from Baringo County to the world. This is like Bill Gates. From Silicon Valley to the world. So the young people, the world is there for you to tap on your technology. Whatever technology and innovation that you can get. The Department of ICT will support you, and the Department of MSME and the Chamber of Commerce, together with the county government, will support you. If you have got an innovative idea, please come to us. We shall be able to work together to ensure that you reach where you want to reach. The lady from Ochongoi who made us to laugh, actually it's not a laughing matter. That issue of drug and drug abuse as a result of idleness and lack of opportunity is a challenge that is serious in the country. And this is why these leaders are here today, to try to find opportunities for you in technology, in agriculture, and in business. So what I will tell you is that we have heard you. We hopefully can establish another ICT hub or digital hub in Mochongoi. We have we have a vocational, not a TVET in Mochongoi. That is one that we need to focus on, hopefully with the PS ICT. But we are promoting the production of coffee, macadamia, and avocado in those areas of Mochongoi. These are products that you can produce, and when we aggregate, we shall be able to create employment. Already we are creating employment in the coffee sector in this county, because if we increase the production of coffee, we can be able to export more and get dollars coming in. Then it was about, there was a lady there, I forget the name.
Stella.
On Google, is it?
Stella.
Dot and Google. What did you say something like that? Yes. Stella, thank you very much for that. We are available. Walk to my office or to our offices anytime. But if you are not able to get me, we have got the Department of ICT in our county, and we have got the Department of Sports and Youth. There is a gentleman called Charles Kipkule here. He can link up with you. And there is also another gentleman called, where is his Chief Officer Sports? Dennis. Yeah, Dennis is also here. We will be available to address the possibility of linkages with Google and so that they can be able to partner with us. We are ready and available to partner with you. I'm happy that we had this opportunity today so that we can start dealing with that issue. I think I have addressed the issues that were raised to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, His Excellency. So we'll give the panelists one last round to give their closing remarks, but very shortly, within 1 minute. We'll start with the CEO of Inua AI, Mr. Humphrey.
Mine is to actually encourage the young people that this is a reality. The digital space is a reality. We cannot run away from it. In the next 10 to 15 years, we'll have 85 million jobs. That's a huge volume of work, jobs out there. Close to more than half of that will be from Africa. So let's take opportunity, but let's advance our learning, reskill, upskill, do whatever it takes. Don't remain where you are. The opportunities are there. And as a company, we will work with, we've adopted around 15 G2M centers, which we are going to roll out jobs to empower them, to just get them understand that these jobs are a reality and they can move on to take on professional jobs. So that is it for me. Yeah.
Well, I need also to use this opportunity to also amplify what the president with small p of Chambers of Commerce spoke about. Export readiness. But before we even ask ourselves about export readiness, are we really satisfying the domestic market? So I think we need to begin from there. And what you're doing at the ministry is to start now developing the local market by working out the supply chain system so that the tomatoes here in Baringo can move easily and very fast to where the market is, be it in Wajir, Mombasa, or in Busia. So let's first of all look at the domestic market because I believe it's very huge. But when it comes to export market, the government has invested a lot of efforts. We've had negotiation opening up markets with the European, for example, the EPA, the Economic Partnership Agreement with European countries is ongoing right now. And then also under the continental inter-Africa trade on the continental DFCFTA, under the framework which last week we flagged off 35 containers to DRC, to Juba, and to Zambia. Early this year, around February, they adopted the protocol for youth and women in trade. So they've already created an opportunity, and member states have now been urged to start domestication of those two very critical protocols, how to support youth and women in trade. So during the celebration of the Hustler Fund anniversary, the second anniversary, we'll also be launching a facility to facilitate trade financing. This is a facility that has been negotiated through the partnership of member states in AU under AFCFTA Secretariat and the UBA Bank. So what is happening is that beginning this month, we have close to 7 billion USD, which will be supported, will be available through the UBA Bank to our young people and women across the African member states who wants to participate in the intra-Africa trade. So that's financing. But also, through our own ministry, the MCA, I was hoping that MCA was here. 2 weeks ago, we were in Juba attending the East Africa MSME Trade Fair. This is a trade fair that has been taking place for the last 24 years, and this year we hosted it in Juba. Next year we'll be hosting it here in Kenya, and I will be consulting around to see which county to host in. Probably if Baringo, you bring a good bid, we might just bring the whole of the EAC region here. If you bring a good bid, don't say the PS promised us. But in Juba, we had close to 4,000 MSMEs across the EAC region. And when I talk about EAC region, we are looking into over 300 million potential market population that covers the close to now almost 8 countries under the EAC framework. Now, I did not see much or many exhibitors from Baringo County. Told me that it's going to work out next time to ensure, because after Kenya, we'll be looking into DRC Congo, and you see we have lots of opportunities there. Now, just to wind up on my remark, is that when we are going around, I've always thought that Baringo, when you come to Baringo, is only leather value chain. And indeed, all the initiatives that we are working under our ministry have been only prioritizing leather value chain in Baringo. Today, I'm shocked that you plant cotton, and you have a ginnery here, and we can also promote textile value chain. I'm also shocked that you do coffee, so we can also promote coffee value chain. I'm equally shocked that you're doing dairy, so we can also talk about dairy. And the shocker of the day was the edible oil, the sunflowers. I saw, and you're already doing the cold pressing. So congratulations, Baringo. And having said that, I want to talk about 2 opportunities for you. Under my ministry, we're having 2 programs under World Bank. One of them, we are co-implementing with the State Department of Youth, called National Youth towards Nyota, Opportunities Towards Advancement. And this one will be working around to identify young people with very good ideas. We train you. After training you, we will help build up your idea, but also will give you a seed capital of 50,000, which is just grant. Mmesikia hiyo? It's grant. And we grant 50,000 after we've trained you, we've looked on your idea, so we give you 50,000 to try, see what you can do. And it will be targeting young people with very good ideas across all the constituencies. So each and every corner of this country will be touched. However, like I said, si unilipe tu Hustler Fund 500, then I give you. That's one. The second opportunity, and where I really want us to see how we can work together, is the Kenya Jobs and Transformation KJET project. Again, this is a World Bank funded project where we are going to support young people who are interested to enter into the manufacturing sector and to do value addition. My good brother there asked us, and that's it's a good question. Show us a country that has employed its youth and transformed them. through digital jobs. So the government has highlighted 9 key priority value chains, and you are lucky, Baringo, because clearly you have almost all of them. The first value chain is leather, and when we talk about leather, we address all the way from production, from animal keeping, up to the point where you wear the shoes. Lots of opportunities there, lots of creative ideas needed there, which we will require these innovative skills from young people. We are talking about edible oil. Edible oil import, raw materials, is the second import bill after petroleum. Yet here in Baringo, you can grow sunflower, at least you have demonstrated. Many other parts of this country, they can do groundnuts, they can do sesame, they can do soya beans. So we are saying, why can't we first of all capture the local market? And we are ready to support you in terms of machinery, in terms of financing you from production up to the market level. The third value chain is the dairy. Again, I've seen here we have, it's called Hilo Cooperative, which is now venturing into that space. Again, young people, you have opportunity in developing, doing value add to milk, yogurt, chocolates, everything. These are only ideas that can come from young people, and doing logistics to move them around. The other value chain, of course, is rice production. I know much of it probably may not be here. We are talking about tea in terms of doing value add. We have coffee, I've talked about. We have building and construction. Building and construction is where we are promoting affordable housing. I don't know if we have already launched one here in Baringo. We are about to launch, I'm told here, but that is one value chain again, where this country is going to reposition itself very well in the region in terms of now doing certain doors with the test of Europe or American, you know, those kind of tests. And because now we have opportunity for mass production of doors, hinges, metals, what we can now start now exporting to the region and even beyond. We are talking about mining as a very high growth sector. I'm sure here if we were to look around, there could be potential minings here, even if it is sand, if it's quarry, if it's those kind of things, and we can do value add. And lastly, we are talking about blue economy. Again, you don't have to come from where I come. You have Lake Baringo here. How much are we making use of it? Today, most fish which we eat in Kenya, we get them from China. Yet we have opportunity to venture into fish farming. So why am I listing all those value chain? I'm saying these are the key sectors of growth that we think, even as a young person, this digital jobs is not just about you doing content, reviewing and doing what. It's trying to imagine solutions, the value addition, looking at our traditional knowledge which we have, harnessing it, and putting value to some of our food value chain or traditional value chain, be it food and what, so that then they can become competitive. Lastly, we also have a very robust program for capacity building. And last month, I had a team which went around this country because we have a facilitation of 3 billion from the German government, which is focusing on training young people who are interested in entrepreneurship in terms of giving you access to skills which you want. We are setting up 6 satellite centers across the country, but around those value chain, so that then we can have our young people or women. Also, if you need this particular skill that you may not have and you don't have funding, we will finance you to go to any college, to go to any university, acquire that short-term skills which you need that will enable you come and do your business. So Baringo is one. I was probably really limited in knowing what is here. So I had tried to prioritize Baringo for leather value chain, but now I'm challenged because now there are those other value chain that we may need to progress. So because maybe I may not get another chance to speak, just to tell you that Hustler Fund is the key to that room which has opportunities for acquiring enhanced financing Today, as we speak, we've reached out to 24.5 million Kenyans. I think I'm the largest digital bank, if you were to ask me. If I were to set up a bank, I'll be the biggest. And then we have disbursed close to 59.6 billion just in the last 2 years. And we have mobilized savings close to 3.4 billion, because every time you borrow, there is the component where you save 5%, 70% goes to build up your long-term savings. Because even if you are a business person, you will also age out. Time will come when you'll have to retire. But we want you to retire to decency. We people who are employed, we have NSSF, but if you are employed yourself, you can start building up your pension. People have been asking, how do we access our savings? The short-term savings, even right now, you can dial *254#, you choose Hustler Fund, you can be able to withdraw your short-term saving. But as for the long-term saving, I know we'll be coming to the National Assembly to relook at our retirement benefit laws and to see how to work out this, because some people are asking us, why can't I be able to access long-term? But we want to encourage you to save so that you can also benefit from the affordable housing opportunities that are there, and you can also get to invest for your present day and also for your tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam PS. Honorable Kibasu.
Use this one. Shocked to hear somebody within Baringo is making $2,000 in a month. And these are students. What else do you need? Let me tell you something. I left university in 1988. Have never been employed by anybody. I am an ICT person. I've been working on ICT things. Youth. What the ministry is doing is just bringing connectivity closer to you, for you to make use of that connectivity. Alice talked about innovation. After innovation, what next? Somebody here is just saying already, he has an app that he's taking to 40 countries. That means a lot of income. Don't sleep on yourself. Just do something. What the ministry is doing is to do the connectivity to you. What the parliament is doing is to ensure any legislative gap is already addressed so that that connectivity can reach you. At the same time, we are lucky in the committee. We also have Jamatia, who is in the budget committee. Any appropriation for the budget to ensure the president's agenda is achieved, we are going to try and make sure it is done. Thank you. The opportunity is at your laps, youth. Take that opportunity and run with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mheshimiwa. Dr. Ruto.
Thank you very much. And before I proceed, I would really want to appreciate the national directors of Kenya National Chamber of Commerce who have accompanied me here today. Maybe you can just quickly stand. I know Dr. David Batiany from South Rift, in charge of 6 counties. Thank you very much. The host director, Stanley Bascoin, thank you very much. The members of the National Governing Council, I know as far as Samburu, as far as Kirinyaga, Pauline, Andrew Lekiano, Mary Longojine. Thank you very much for accompanying me on the board for Baringo. Maybe very quickly, the things that we've discussed here, if you want to convert into practical from theory, the place to be in terms of coaching and mentorship is KNCCI. I know the 2 days trainings that we've done for you here today, up to today, has enlightened you a lot. So if you want to proceed to the practical steps, continue to be members of Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Third, I really want to appreciate the support of the county government of Baringo and for partnering with KNCCI to organize this Baringo Business Summit. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for collaborating with us. And equally also, the Ministry of ICT being led here today by Engineer John Tanui, the PS. We appreciate this partnership. And I had hoped that, Mheshimiwa, you would have put a motion that this kind of collaboration between the private sector and government continues for the rest of its life that we are going to have these engagements, because currently I have another engagement in Muranga today, another one in Kisumu, and I was wishing that it is like this, that we are having, when we usually say, me and you are government. So the only thing is that there is government that is public and there is government that is private. So maybe Mheshimiwa, next time you go to Parliament, move that motion. And the second motion I want you to move, there are very many fantastic things that the PS for SMEs has seen. I think she should not be in the office in Nairobi. You need to allocate more budget so that she can come to see my members and my SMEs. And then the clerical work can be left in Nairobi, because there are a lot of goodies she has told us today. There is 3 billion, there are many things. So Susan, if more budget comes to you, I'll be ready to accompany you through the country to preach this spirit of industrializing Kenya. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Engineer Tanui, our PS.
These 2 days have been very good to the youth of Baringo County. And through these forums, you've interacted with many of our officers from government. You've also interacted with private sector. Please maintain those contacts. Our youth, follow them on the social media. I hope you can get to know what are their social media handles for their companies. They've mentioned even jobs being advertised on their websites. Please get to know these companies, Inua High, Wosi, and many others, and also those which came with the Chamber of Commerce, because we don't want the youth of Baringo to be left out in these national opportunities that are coming. We also engage many partners. When you are in Nairobi, follow up what the Ministry of Information, Communication and Digital Economy is doing through the social media handles that we have. We try to share as much as possible what we are doing, because in those engagements are huge opportunities that our youth across the country need to take advantage of. And you cannot take advantage of something you don't know. You get to know, and we have a very vibrant digital space. So as you go to the digital space and social media handles, identify the platforms that you need to follow so that you can connect with the opportunities. Here in Baringo, we committed, the way we've committed in the whole country, to do the digital hubs in every ward. We are working with members of parliament to effect that. From the government side, we will be implementing 2 pilot ones, fully funded by the government, as models and pilots for this project. And starting probably early next year, and to be completed in around 3 or 4 months there. We are also going to work with members of parliament so that in every ward, including Baringo South, what was raised earlier, that in every ward we can have these digital hubs. And we are very happy with our youth. They are able to take those opportunities like what we saw at the Leisure ICT Hub. We want to encourage you, take those opportunities and utilize them, unlock opportunities. At the national level, we are working with the leaders of Baringo to see that opportunities in Baringo, especially with the Chamber of Commerce, what we've seen here, the value chains we've seen, Baringo is endowed with something so unique. 30% of the national geothermal power. The potential of Kenya is 10,000 megawatts. Baringo has 3,000 of that, 30% of it. The world is looking on how to manufacture in a green way. We've had discussions with the governor, the leadership here, all the MPs, and we are looking at how Baringo can host a Baringo Green Industrial Park, which can bring to reality all those things we have been discussing about manufacturing. And in technology space, now electronics is one product to be manufactured. So in a few years, we would want to see also electronics being manufactured in Baringo, and we can see when we see exports. Kenya has also engaged globally on how to be part of global technology revolution. There is something called chipsets or integrated circuits, which is defining the future of economies. Kenya wants to be part of this, and we are happy with the progress we've achieved. Our president made sure in his global engagement, he brought this to the conversation. Years, it will completely change the structure. If you want to understand, check the structure of economies of East Asia, Malaysia, Vietnam, Korea. That is where we want to go. That's the area we want to go, where technology constitutes from 25 to even 60% of their GDP. This space, and let's focus on STEM institutions, members of parliament, our leaders. We want to really encourage our leaders to champion the transition of our youth from high school to polytechnics or the technical institutions. Our transition is still very low. The best national polytechnic we have here, I think it's about 3,000. This is really something wanting, and it's something that we need to see how we can work on transitioning so that it is of the future. With the Baringo Industrial Park here, a diploma will definitely guarantee you a job. So please, let's see how we can look at those opportunities in our TVETs. We are going to work closely with my colleague, PS TVET, and the other colleague in PSS to unlock opportunities for TVET. We are discussing with Public Service Commission to say when we advertise jobs now, we must start opening for TVET institutions. Before, it has been a requirement that you must have a degree, but we need to start moving towards the skill. What skill and capabilities do you have? And in ICT, we already made this step. We've now agreed, even in the management of digital hubs. Public service approved last week. Now we can use graduates of TVET to manage those institutions. So we are making good progress. And lastly, I want to assure our young people, sometimes there's a lot of fake information out there. Transformation is happening in our time. Sometimes you might not see or touch, but you need to study history and see how other countries have transformed and changed. And the most recent transformations is East Asia, the countries I mentioned, Malaysia, Vietnam. Even Vietnam, many of you watch movies about the wars in Vietnam. Today is one of the most vibrant and emerging economies. And what happened is some of the tough decisions, like what we are seeing our president is taking us through a journey, transformation in healthcare, so that we have a strong and vibrant workforce, transformation in agriculture, so that we can have a solid foundation of a country that is secure in food and has removed the shame of hunger. We are also looking and unlocking opportunities for our youth in TVETs through the housing project and ensuring our urban developments are able to create space for our youth who are coming from the academic institutions to the job market. And also this digital space. We've done so much to unlock the opportunities in the digital space that we can say proudly that we stand strong top in the continent, and we are relying on our youth to take it to the next level and to engage in that space making money. Before I finish, there was one gentleman who was to sit here. I'll just give him one minute. He was to sit with us in the panel, famously known as Arab Uriah. Where is he? Looks is far.
No, it's coming.
Arab Uriah is one of the young people we have seen in the... Okay, as we wait, we can give the governor. Thank you.
Thank you, Bwana PS. Join me in thanking our great and distinguished panelists for a job well done. As we request them to take their seats the other side, we give the governor now to take it from here moving forward. Thank you very much and welcome again.
No problem. Thank you very much, MC. Can we give him a round of applause? And for all these panelists, a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the presenters, for the panelists. And I know that the biology is not very good for us, but I'm not going to spend any time myself. I'm donating all my time to the guests because we have got many, many people here who have got great things for us. Yes, I understand Arapuria now is here.
Right, thank you, Excellency. Just to make people settle, Arapuria and team, just in a minute or so, and then so that thereafter he sends the governor to proceed with the program. All right. He is with Gogo Small, Uria and Gogo Small.
Ayo, Baringo Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Ara ni boy boy ya. Bana mumebweka mbona ara ni boy boy ya. Ara ni boy boy ya. Ara ni boy boy ya. Bas, tunasema asante sana Baringo kwa kutualika. Nataka tu bibi yangu kidogo wasalamie, alafu nitaongea.
Ochamke gogo. Kilen ho gogo. Ochamke gogo. Chamke Baringo. Eng biik chemengen angai chuker no gogo small, chepyoset ne tingoti, chepyoset ne makimwe korketab biik amutindoi murnondi. Nyoro boitwo. Ako atinye boyot agenge. Ara matinye ngalyo, atinye tarusiek, ngasar tarusiek ngalal boyot maunoto. Aya kongoi.
Aya, asante sana. So once more Baringo, habari yenu? Muko salama? So kwa jina langu, jina ya Mpesa naitwa Mesha Kipro Biwot. Ya content creation naitwa Arapuria. And today I'm here because of I'm one of the beneficiary ya digital economy through content creation. Na nikikuja hapa nikiona ma youth kwamba wamejaa kutoka Baringo, I'm so happy to see that. Tuko na vijana wenye wako na passion kwa upande wa digital economy. So mimi nikisimama mbele yenu hivi, mimi ni content creator na nafurahi sana nimeona my fellow content creator Botita ako around. Huyu ni mkuu, is one of the people I've been looking up to when I was still growing. So Mimi nasema kwamba I want to motivate someone. I want to motivate a youth mwenye ako hapa hivi mwambie content creation do pays. Na inalipa kwa njia mingi. Kama mimi inalipa kwa njia content creator. You can monetize your YouTube. Kuna YouTube and I think kila mtu anajua YouTube hapa hivi. You can monetize your YouTube and that is kama umefikisha subscription ya 1000 subscribers and 4000 watch hours. Pia, and I want to say thank you so much to our government through our His Excellency William Samoei Ruto. Facebook sahi Kenya inalipa. And I can say Facebook pays because I'm one of the people mwenye nasema Facebook imeanza kunilipa. Na ilianza kunilipa since last month. So I can say it's true, Facebook pays because I'm one of the beneficiaries. How does it pay? Number one, if you have a Facebook page, you create a Facebook page. Number two, you must have a following of over 500 followers. Number three, you have to have been on Facebook, ama you've created your page for the last 90 days. So now, when creating content, when you want to monetize, because using Eliona, I posted something about monetization of Facebook. And so many people were on my inbox asking, how can we monetize our content? So the way you can monetize your content, number one, there is, like for me now, I benefit from a tool called in-stream ads. In-stream ads from my Facebook account. So unaenda pale kwa monetization, kwa dashboard. You go to your dashboard, then from your dashboard, you see monetization. From monetization, you go to in-stream ads. In-stream ads, and from there, you have several tools. Kuna in-stream ads, kuna reels, you can, through reels, kuna stars, kuna gifts. There are so many tools. But for me, I get paid through in-stream ads. So you click the tool that you are eligible. You click there, then after clicking, you only turn on the monetization. After turning on the monetization, you'll be now eligible to earn from Facebook. So from there, you download an app called Meta Business Suite. Meta Business Suite. So you use the Meta Business Suite to link your Facebook account to your bank account. And the procedure is so simple. Kuna mali tu inaandika for you to link, mali inaandika payment. From the payment, you just link your Facebook page to your bank account. Na mwisho wa mwezi utakuwa unafurahi. Every 21st of every month, from 21st every month to 23. Ikichelewa sana ni 23. Utakuwa unafurahi kwa sababu utakuwa unapata kitu kwa bank account yako. Another way you can monetize your content is by partnering with brands. Like for me, I've been able to partner with so many brands. I work with so many brands. Like the other time I was in UK, nilikuwa nimepartner na Predator Energy Drink. I've been doing with Betika. I've partnered with Supersport. Nikapia kwa ile advert ya World Cup. So that's on partnering with brands. So I can say here, and I hope I'm motivating someone, kwamba content creation do pays. If you are a youth, be creative, be unique, and be original. And at the end of the month, utakuwa unafurahi. Pia, kuna events. If kuna events, you can be an MC, you can be an entertainer, you can be a singer, and as well you can earn from it. Kama mimi leo nitakuwa naenda nyumbani pia nikismile because I know nitawekea kitu kwa mfuko. So I can say the youths, tuamuke na tuweze kujikaza na tuweze kusukuma Kenya mbele. I want to say thank you so much to our PS. Thank you so much for the support and thank you for ensuring that we earn from our content and from digital economy. Thank you so much, Baringo, and may God bless you. Asante sana.
Na kabla hujaenda, PS, kuna kitu nataka kukuambia. Msikize tu.
Our brother Arab Uria. Many of us, when we see him in his official attire might not relate to who he is actually. Many of you have Facebook accounts. Maybe one differentiator is to know how many people follow him on Facebook.
On Facebook, I have a following of 1.5 million followers. On YouTube, I have a following of 411K subscribers. IG, 220. X, I think 200. Okay, thank you.
That's a very important message for you, but forget about the numbers. All of you are on that platform. It means you can generate streams of incomes from Facebook, YouTube, and all other works you are doing. But there are things you need to do. First, it did not just happen that he's able to earn on Facebook. Itumbi is here. We held so many meetings in Kenya with Facebook. We went to headquarters. We had meetings with leadership of our president. And he promised he's going to unlock this. Many people thought it's a lie, thought it's not possible. But now there are evidence people have started earning. When some started earning like Arab Uriah and others, and they are earning good money, and they are not relying only on that, it's like an additional income revenue. Others were complaining why they are not earning. And I engage Facebook and Meta. And what we realize is many people are misusing their platforms. You are not taking as a place of work. That digital handle you have on Facebook, on Twitter, is not to be used for abusive things. It's not to be used for taking wrong pictures that does not comply with the community guidelines or policies of that platform. It will mess that space. Somebody was saying, when you have that digital platform and you are a young person, first, that is like a spoon that you use to eat. And you cannot use the same spoon to dip into 30 things and you still want to feed on that spoon. It can't work. Make sure your handles, your social media, digital journey is hygiene, it's clean. Focus on clean content, and later on, get this clip, the YouTube, and follow what he was telling you. Many were asking questions, and others are asking me to confirm what he was saying is true. He's earning money online, and you have seen that, and many others, and it's good to have other gentlemen also, Putita is here, who are earning online, and he's mentioned how you can earn more money. If you are here in Kabarnet, instead of abusing somebody,
we want to make Baringo to feel that this event is for the young people. Hii event ni ya vijana. Na tunataka impact something in you. Tuambie that leo, for sure, it was all about the youths. My DJ, if you're ready, we are ready. Nipe mkono namna hii pole pole. Mpaka kule nyuma. Nipe.
Videos that are the most watched on YouTube. One of them, the most watched, has 15 billion views. If you have 15 billion, I will show you the most watched. But the first one, which is to hear, is a technical be yourself play. So you come to ni maji ya YouTube. And it has valuation, the total amount. There is mtu mwingine anaongezea how to boil. I've just given 1 million. I've given on YouTube. It just given 1 million. I've given on YouTube. It's called keeps repeating itself, 1 billion views. Watched video. You can stop the videos. There are 3 places you can stop the videos. There are 3 places you will never fail. Number 1 is content for children. In serious love and views, and will get you money. And there, so that I unleash anywhere on the internet. Simple, very unique, so backward. And anywhere on the internet. Simple, very unique, so backward, and they will watch it. It here. I have 3 points for and give his.
Just I'm talking Ringo girls. My name is Eddie Buti. Runs I'm talking Ringo girls. My name is Eddie Buti. Runs addiction. I'm sure you've watched shows like purely on digital platform. Everyone can now. The challenge I want to give you leverage on that. Now, the challenge I want to give you leverage on that. I might stand here and teach you this platform, your business, because the first thing what wanafanya, that point of information that will drive sales to your business. So in anything you do, make sure it has content of different people sharing different to more. Tunazurura. So PS is lack of maybe to train people. Class and house and then.
Yes, they said from after no years I've told you, the King of England. For call, okay. We are some club book of some household. I want you to help me. So I'm watching you. I have this is build this. I told him DPM. I told him DPM. Because anyway we write to. Because anyway we write to you. Because a majority to do is seen in normal. You because a majority to do is seen in carve the future for it. Gentlemen, carve the future for it. Gentlemen, I'm going to introduce that you were in Kenya.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. My name is Martin Gitao, as you've been told. Good evening, everyone. My name is Martin Gitao, as you've been told. Someone contacted me with some strangers. I'm sure I've dressed most of you here because we're selling second-hand clothes. Both true example can actually jobs. There so the more you build, especially the young people who are, start building your where you want. Thank you very much.